What a great day this is.
Literal hot potato.
It's just of like to see these guys smile. There's ups and downs and things that are out of your control. It's neat for everyone in crimson and gray on that sideline to wrap up the season with a smile.
Yeah, and remember, I mean, again, the cool thing about bowl season, right, is like there's not a lot happening today. Like this is going to be all over SportsCenter tonight, and you're going to see Josh Meredith, and they do a nice job with the. It's a joke, but the potatoes and Spuddy Buddy, and so because it's a thing, again, the Washington State brand is out front on a day like today, right, and so all of that for the Cougs, I think, is super important.
Yeah, well said. We're listen to Jesse Bobbitt a little more. I think he's getting emotional as he's up on the podium talking. And we already know Jesse Bobbitt has said he'll follow Jimmy Rogers to Iowa State to be the defensive coordinator. As he had said, kind of all in the buildup, it's about the players, and that's what he's saying here on the field. Well, right. We'll take another break as our post-game coverage. We've got plenty to get to. Cougs win the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. They're celebrating up on the podium right now. 34-21 the victory over Utah State. More to come after this. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
So you want somewhere to play? We got you. A nice relaxing stay? We got you. Wanna be entertained? We got you. Wanna play golf all day? We got you. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning. So you're looking for something to do? We got you. Want some tasty food? We got you. Heard you wanna do some shopping? We got you. The live music is always popping at the Go to Lake Casino. At the Go to Lake Casino. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife, Courtney, welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network. Time now for the post-game show. Now back to the booth. Here again, Chris King.
Cougs celebrating out on the field here in Boise on the blue turf. Washington State wins the famous Idaho Potato Bowl 34-21. Yeah, we're getting close to the top of the hour. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
On 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Pictures being taken, guys hugging, position groups, folks out on the field. Pretty cool scene here for the Cougs as they get the victory. It's time now for the Steel Power Tools stat sheet. Bring the big game to your backyard with battery power made by Steel. Real steel. Find yours. Alex, I'm not sure if we've ever had a more obvious Steel stat sheet in history.
I mean, 628 total offensive yards led by 373 yards passing. Just such a stark contrast to what we've seen all year and a fan. And, look, I'm unabashedly an offensive-minded person and believe very firmly that the pass leads the run, and today was no better example of that. The pass led to the run, 230 yards passing in the first half, then a 100-yard rusher in Maxwell Woods, 117 yards rushing to the tune of 255 yards rushing. I mean, is that potentially the single season total largest total output rushing, right? 255 total yards.
By far. We'll get to that here. Yes, keep talking. I'll tell you.
So for a team that's been chasing the running game all year, to get it in the bowl game where you have your most passing attempts, also, right, just kind of speaks to the way you build effective offenses and potent offenses. And again, I think just an incredible performance by the entire offensive unit and the offensive coaching staff for putting that plan together. You heard, I thought it's really telling. You heard Mackenzie Allen talk about how they rep that play all week, a little stutter go from the slot, in a big moment, and then they were able to execute it. Just goes to show, right, what great coaching, great execution, and ultimately playmakers, when playmakers step up, you get that type of production.
Yeah, not just the most rushing yards in a game this year. So 255 rushing yards in today's game. Prior high was 186, so by a good margin.
Yeah, big time.
Washington State with the victory here. 628 yards of total offense. Cougs get the win. First bowl victory since 2018. Washington State wraps up this unique 2025 season with a 7-6 record. This one is one for the books. The independent schedule, the tough opponents, the travel, obviously having this year at this time there was a coaching search going on, and the coach who was ultimately picked for that is gone at this point. The next coach joining us here in the booth and down on the field right now, Kirby Moore is here. Neat for this day to be one that is a great moment in memory for all those players and their families as they're milling about on the field. And then it's great for everyone who loves WSU to know that there's a lot to be excited for the future of Cougar football. Our post-game coverage going to roll on here in a minute. We'll send Alex shortly down to the locker room as he'll grab Jesse Bobbitt, interim head coach, to get his thoughts. Maybe grab a player, potentially Zevi. We'll see who you're able to snag. And then Coug Talk around the corner. That's when Derek Dice and Billy Newman will tag in. You can call right now, leave a number for Derek and Billy to react to on Coug Talk, 509-905-2014. Again, that Coug Talk number, 509-905-2014. Call and leave a message as the Cougs get the bowl victory over Utah State 34-21. This is Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do lists one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Toyota-thon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get 2.99 APR financing on remaining new 25 Tacomas. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter. Or lease a 25 Tacoma SR5 for $259 a month for 39 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Your audio home for all things Cougar athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today. Today's five-star play of the game is presented by Pullman Regional Hospital. providing exceptional health care to WSU student athletes, Cougar fans, and our community.
Angel Johnson in the game. Snap back, play action. Pressure comes. Zevi heaves it up, has a man up the seam. It is caught. Alene off to the races. Touchdown, Washington State. A 42-yard strike on 3rd and 11. Mackenzie Alene, his second career catch, his first career touchdown, and the Cougs draw first blood here on the blue turf in Boise.
There it is, your play of the game. Welcome back to the Cougar Sports Network. This is Jessamine McIntyre alongside Alex Brink and Chris King here at the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And, man, that was our play of the game, even though there were so many to choose from. But Danny Freund just letting it rip. He told me on the sideline that he felt unleashed. That one for 41 yards. Alene's first career touchdown. I mean, what did you see from that offensive scheme today?
Yeah, I mean, how about just 10 straight passes right off the bat? You know, that's all you needed. That's all you needed to see, and then it just kept rolling. And you know, you saw again, Alene had a great interview with you and talked about how they schemed that play up and executed it, and you could tell there was an emphasis on not just throwing the football, but throwing the football vertically, right, and trying to take the top off. And ultimately, what that did was put a ton of stress on the Utah State defense. And then when the Cougar offensive staff made the adjustment to go to the running game, just the holes were wide open. And so, you know, it's exactly how you draw it up. That's how you want to, again, like I said earlier, how you want to build offenses. The plan was right. The players executed it. You know, just all around a really impressive performance from the offensive group.
And I thought that was interesting. Bobby Allworth giving us the tidbit of Zevi Eckhouse, 3 touchdowns today, 3 touchdowns last year in the Holiday Bowl. So he's tied with Connor Halliday for the most passing touchdowns of any quarterback in bowl history. So bowl record tied for the most with Connor Halliday. Zevi, you know, what a 2-year Cougar career for Zevi.
100%. You know, he's unforgettable.
He's kind of a cult
legitimately
figure in Cougar football history. It feels like
legitimately unforgettable for a number of reasons, right? I mean, first of all, if you got to go back a ways too. When he came from Bryant, right, and he came in the offseason, you had John Mateer already on the roster behind Cam Ward. It was not a foregone conclusion that John Mateer was going to be the starter for Washington. That was a legitimate competition, if you remember. And then, you know, ultimately John Mateer obviously wins the job and then is electric to start the season. And so if you're Zevi Eckhouse, who was an incredibly productive player. I mean, offensive player of the year, right, in the Southland, right? And, you know, when he was at Bryant, I mean, you know, he was probably sitting there behind Mateer like, man, I can't catch a break, you know. And then he gets his opportunity in the bowl game and plays really well by all rights against a great Syracuse team, you know, and then comes off, you know, out this year and doesn't earn the starting job. I mean, what a roller coaster 2 years for that young man. And to finish not only this whole season, but on this high note, I mean, he is... You know, the defense was fantastic all year, but if Zevi Eckhouse is not the quarterback of this team, you don't win 7 football games. That's just a fact.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I was going to say is like the mental fortitude that he had to have to come through this season, not start the first 3 games, come in, be the leader. You know, Jackson Potter did win that role eventually, and you know, Zevi was the guy. He earned it back, but didn't put his head down, didn't get mentally out of it when it came to just staying with it and being a good teammate and eventually being the guy.
Well, this is neat to see because there's not many players who have made their way to the locker room. Most Cougs are milling about here. The white Cougar uniforms, crimson numbers, white, the icy whites, the pants, the jerseys, the helmets out on the blue turf celebrating the 34-21 famous Idaho Potato Bowl victory over Utah State. Our coverage will continue again still to come. It might be a little later than normal because this is a time to not only celebrate the day, but this is the last time this whole group is going to be together as a team. But when he's free, that Jesse Bobbitt, Alex, as always, does a great job on the post-game interview. Very curious to hear what Coach Bobbitt has to say. And, you know, he said his comments on ESPN, but I think you're going to catch him at a different point, too, where everything's going to be kind of settling in the moment, in this day, and what's to come. So fascinated to hear what he has to say. Zevi Eckhouse, always very insightful if you're able to grab him. And then we'll hand things over to Coug Talk. That number 509-9 509-905-2014. Again, 509-905-2014. Call. You can call now. Leave a message for Derek Dice and Billy Newman to react to on Coug Talk. Your thoughts on this game, the season, and what's to come for Cougar football this year. Though a 7-6 record, Cougs win the famous Idaho Potato Bowl 34-21 over Utah State. More after this. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Statistically speaking, your New Year's resolution will take a backseat sooner than later. Just make sure that seat's leather trimmed and German engineered. Introducing Northern Quest's $115,000 New Year New Benz giveaway. Play daily with your Cameras Rewards card to enter, and on January 1st, you could win a brand new Mercedes. You know, so you can drive past the gym in style. The New Year New Benz giveaway, only at Northern Quest. Grand prize drawing January 1st.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural.
Exciting.
Ooh, it's $8,000.
Oh.
I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Gisa Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Gisa.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Look, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but if you're a WSU fan and you haven't switched your phone service to Cougs Mobile, you're leaving points on the field. Here's the deal. You get exclusive game day perks, and Cougs Mobile contributes to WSU athletics every time you pay your monthly bill. No contracts, no hidden fees, no reason to wait. Switch now to the only phone plan built for Coug fans and on the T-Mobile 5G network. Visit CougsMobile.com.
Back in Boise, Washington State with the 34-21 victory over Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And this wraps up the season. Cougs, the 34-21 win. And we're kind of celebrating the day, recapping what happened. Again, Derek Dice and Billy Newman are going to dive into this with their full recap when we hand things over to Coug Talk. But Washington State, first 10 plays of the game were all passes. Cougs went up 20-0. Utah State was able to make some noise late in the third quarter and into the fourth quarter, but the Washington State offense had a counterpunch every time that Utah State started to maybe seem like they might have a chance to make things tighter, and the Cougs end up with 628 yards of total offense. Josh Meredith tying his career high with 8 catches. Zevi Eckhouse, 334 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. And Maxwell Woods becoming the first Coug this year to have 100 rushing yards, 117 yards, did it on just 9 carries. And some of those guys to shout out on the defense. Caleb Franzel, final game of his college career, 8 tackles for him in that Gavin Barthiel story that we talked about. 5 tackles for him, stepping up with Parker McKenna down. Well, this will be our final segment here in Boise, but we got so much more to come on our post-game coverage. We'll hand things over to Coug Talk. Alex will head down to the locker room to snag Jesse Bobbitt, potentially Zevi Eckhouse, whoever else might be able to grab. But here with Jess and Alex, let's final thoughts. Jess, up first. What do you think?
What a way to end the season. I'm just so proud of this team and what they have gone through, the turmoil of last season, this season. They play in this bowl game. They come together as a team. Danny Freund unleashed. Bobbitt and Freund both going, saying, admittedly, this is it for them here at Washington State, and going out with such joy and really letting it rip today. The team 100% played for each other, and we called a lot of names that we haven't this season, and I love that too.
Yeah, the future is bright, I think, for a lot of reasons. It's been an interesting few weeks, but part of not only, what the feel that I have around Kirby Moore and what he can bring to the table, but also to Jess's point about all the names we called out there's a lot of really good football players on this roster, a lot of depth. And so with what is here and what Kirby Moore is going to try and retain, like you very clearly said, could maintain the continuity, along with what no doubt he will be able to go out and get in the transfer portal and through recruiting. I think Washington State, again, is – from a national perspective, is consistently in that conversation. People know the Cougar Head logo. They know Washington State football. And as much as people have tried to beat it down and drag it out, this program keeps rising up above it, right? Whether it's the flag waving on game day, right? Whether it's, finding ways into the top 25 the last couple of years, right? Or going toe-to-toe with some of the biggest programs in the country this year in college football playoff teams. Washington State football will forever endure in that way and find a way. And I think Kirby Moore embodies that. I think these athletes embody that. And today, to Jess's point, is about as good an example as you can find.
Hitting the nail on the head, as always there. Thank yous to go around. First here in the booth, Jerry Kylo, who gets us on the air, does such a great job, and is the most veteran member of our crew, the man who's been making it happen for decades and decades and decades. Jared Pringruber, who makes it happen for our booth cam for this game, and every one of our coaches shows a great job on the video side. Thanks to our great partners at Skyview, the Cougar Sports Network studios. Zane Saggio has been our guy back in the studio for the vast majority of our games. Tip of the hat to him for doing a great job on our football coverage. Also, Brian Titus from Skyview doing a great job as well. For Cougar Sports Properties, a lot of folks who helped to make everything on the broadcast possible. Big thanks to Casey Van Sickle, Drew Westford, Abby Lewis, our general manager, Lisa Johnson as well, and to the folks I'm fortunate enough to be on the air with, Jessamine McIntyre and Alex Brink. So much fun. Let's do it again late August, or I think it'll be early September next year, the way the calendar works. And hey, our next game will be the Apple Cup. How about that?
Wow.
Hey now. All right. Go Cougs.
Tough start to the season next year. Three big programs.
There we go. We already know those first 4 games against UW in Seattle, at Kansas State, Duquesne at home, and then Arizona. So get your tickets now, or at least make your plans. It will be here before we know it. Well, and thank you. I want to say thank you as well to all the other folks who make our broadcast coverage possible. Austin Samuels, who helps out with scoreboards and halftime. Trevor Williams, scoreboard and halftime as well. And then Derek Dice, whether it's the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show or it is Coug Talk, just nailing it every single time. And then Grady Emerson and Billy Newman, those two guys doing a fantastic job joining him and providing that analysis. And I can't wait to listen to what Derek and Billy have to say here. So, again, more to come. Alex will head down to the locker room, grab those interviews. Those will air on Coug Talk, but we'll hand things over to Derek Dice and Billy Newman after this break. Cougs win the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, wrap up the 2025 season with a 7-6 record. First bowl win since 2018. The final, Washington State 34, Utah State 21. More after this. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
If you use natural gas, you recognize its blue flame. But natural gas is actually invisible and odorless. That's why Avista adds a rotten egg scent, in case there's ever a leak. If you smell natural gas at home, get outside fast. Don't flip switches or do anything to cause a spark. Go somewhere safe. Call 911. Then Avista. We'll take care of the problem and tell you when it's okay to return. Till then, it's a good excuse to visit the neighbors. Avista. We just want you to be safe.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Jayco builds America's best-selling models with superior engineering, Amish craftsmanship, and the best in the business warranty. Valley RV Supercenter is America's top volume Jayco store because they make them affordable. For comfort and reliability, there's no better choice than Jayco. And for a great buy, there's no better choice than Valley RV Supercenter. Stop by and see them in Kent and check out their full Jayco lineup. Or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Be a part of all the excitement at Beasley Coliseum this year. Come cheer on the Washington State Cougars men's and women's basketball teams as they host the likes of Gonzaga, St. Mary's, and Oregon State in conference play this season. Don't miss out on all the action. Grab your tickets to upcoming WSU basketball games today at WSUCougars.com/Tix. Again, that's WSUCougars.com/TIX. See you at Beasley Coliseum. Go Cougs!
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the L.S. Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
Everybody knows you shouldn't retire until you're 65.
Buying a house? 20% down or nothing, bud.
It's easy. Put your money into savings and never touch it.
There's a lot of questionable money advice out there. For financial knowledge that can help you reach your version of success, come to Gisa Credit Union. We can walk you through everything you need to feel confident about your finances. There's a healthier approach to money. Find it at Gisa Credit Union. Gisa is an equal opportunity lender.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
It's time for Coug Talk. The lines are open. Call us at 509-905-2014. Here's your host, Derek Dice.
The French fries are flying, and the Cougars are the famous Idaho Potato Bowl champions, finishing their season with a winning record after a cathartic 34-21 win over their future Pac-12 rival in the Aggies of Utah State. Derek Dice and Billy Newman here with you. And Billy, after all the Cougs have been through again this year, right? Your head coach leaves a couple weeks before the bowl game. You don't know what the heck, who's going to play or what's going to happen when you take the field. But man, the Cougs were dialed in, and this is such a feel-good, terrific way to end a season.
It's got just such a nice ring to it, doesn't it? The famous Idaho Potato Bowl champions.
That's right.
Yeah, we've been through a lot, and like this was a win where it's like, you remember the video when Steve Young won his first Super Bowl and he's like, "Get this monkey off my back," right? It just kind of feels like, "Get this monkey off my back. Get this, like let's celebrate this."
Yeah, no doubt. And you got to say, Billy, kudos to Coach Bobbitt and the rest of the staff who stayed to prepare them for this game. Kudos to Zevi and those other seniors who get to go out on the right way, sending off the right way. And then kudos to a lot of those guys who maybe hadn't played a ton during the season but stepped up and played big roles for the Cougs today.
There's just such a night and day difference with how we approached this bowl game and everything we had going on versus last year. Similar situation, but the approach was night and day. And, I don't know how much, interim AD John Harlow had to do with that, but, for what he must have had to deal with and all the navigating and the, kind of the puppet mastery and pulling the strings, like, I think everything just went so much more smooth. I thought it seems like we have fewer players who are entering the portal. We have more players who we're going to carry over into next year, which is fantastic. And there's just so many different things, at play here. And they kind of all just work together, right? They all just kind of fit. And it ended up in really just kind of like you said, just this cathartic bowl victory.
All right, let's tell you how it all went down. Utah State started with the ball. Coug defense right away forces a 3-and-out. The Cougs would drive down the field on their first drive, but then miss a field goal, so it's still 0-0. Second drive, Zevi Eckhouse leads the team on a 4-play, 56-yard touchdown drive punctuated by the walk-on wide receiver.
Angel Johnson in the game. Snap back, play action. Pressure comes. Zevi heaves it up, has a man up the seam. It is caught. Allen off to the races. Touchdown, Washington State. A 42-yard strike on 3rd and 11. Mackenzie Allen, his second career catch, his first career touchdown. And the Cougs draw first blood here on the blue turf in Boise.
And Billy, I'll just say this right now. Can we put this kid on scholarship, right? Mackenzie Allen, to me, needs to be a probable priority going into the offseason. He's a big target. He can clearly play.
Yeah, and he is exactly like that route, that play, everything about what he did was exactly what we were talking about pregame, which is a line and a sign, do your 111th. It wasn't like this amazing route. It wasn't like he went in, he ran the route the way it was supposed to be run, gave a nice little stem, he pressured, he released, quarterback put it in the right spot. Like, it was just everybody did their job. They didn't have to do more than they were supposed to do, and that was like the perfect example of that.
All right, so good Zevi on the first two drives, leading the team down the field.
Can we trademark good Zevi, bad Zevi?
Yeah, and then bad Zevi arrives. He throws an interception. Didn't really hurt us, though, because Utah State missed the field goal. We get the ball back. Zevi throws another interception. Utah State is driving into the red zone, and the defense says, no, sir.
Been an entertaining start to this famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Cougs looking for another defensive stop on 3rd and 9. Here's the snap. Barnes steps up, flushed out, surveying down the field. He will throw it into the end zone. This is going to be intercepted. Washington State comes away with the pick. It is Matthew Durant's, the final game of his college career, and he intercepts Utah State's Bryson Barnes, coming down with it in the end zone.
So 2 picks, and neither one of them hurts the WSU on the scoreboard. It's still 7-0 late into the second quarter when good Zevi resurfaces again in 13 personnel. That means the Cougs had 3 tight ends on the field. Here's what happens.
Cougs have it, 2nd and goal from the 1. Johnson, the running back, out of the shotgun. Eckhouse takes the ball, has him wide open man. Hudson Cedarland with the touchdown. Hudson Cedarland, the tight end, the first touchdown of his career. He was a linebacker for Washington State at this time last season. Comes through and makes the grab. 1-yard toss. Eckhouse, Cedarland, Cougs grow the lead. 13-0 Washington State. 4:43 to go, first half.
That punctuated an 8-play, 47-yard drive to put the Cougs up by 2 touchdowns. And, Billy, look, Hudson Cedarland was playing defense. He's not getting a lot of time. He actually thought about leaving football altogether. They give him a chance as a tight end. That was just his 2nd catch of the year, and it goes for a touchdown in a bowl game. You got to feel great for a kid like that out of Gig Harbor.
Yeah, just another example. He just looks like a tight end, right? You know what I mean? It's like you're either defensive end or a tight end. You got hands you can catch, you're a tight end.
Believe that's the 4th different tight end to catch a touchdown pass for WSU this year. Now, Cougs could have added to the lead before halftime. They opted to go for it on a 4th and 1 rather than kick a field goal. They got stopped, so it's 14-0 going into the locker room. They come out in the second half. 7 plays, 79 yards, but settle for a field goal. 7 plays, 75 yards, settle for another field goal. Then Zevi throws his 3rd interception of the game. That one would lead to points for Utah State. So it is 20-7 at this point, even though it felt like WSU should be up by, maybe close to 4 touchdowns at this point. And then good Zevi comes through again with a big play when they needed it.
Close snap, play fake. Zevi looks deep, has a man over the middle. No, he's going for the deep shot. Landon Wright makes the catch. Landon Wright with the touchdown. First career touchdown catch came against Ole Miss. The Cougs strike again. Washington State responds after the Aggies get their first points. It's 26-7 Cougs. What a pass by Zevi Eckhouse, and Landon Wright stride for stride right there to haul it in.
And another young receiver making his presence felt in the bowl game. Landon Wright, Billy, I know you and I were really impressed with him when we saw him all the way back in fall camp.
Yeah, he's a heck of a player, but I tell you what, that ball was, it couldn't be placed any better, right? If he had just walked up and handed it to him, that's exactly where we would put it. It was a great ball.
All right, so Utah State responds again, though, so it's 27-14. We're about midway through the 4th quarter. Zevi's played the entire game. Danny Freud decides to bring Julian Duggar off the bench. He completes his first pass of the season to get us a first down, and then a brilliant play call by the offensive coordinator to put as Duggar delivers the dagger.
4:12 left to go. Washington State trying to get this one over the finish line, get the Bull victory over Utah State. Empty set, Duggar, design run. The C's part, plenty of room, off to the races. 20, 10, 5, Duggar into the end zone. 34-yard touchdown run. And what could be the cherry on top of the Cougs' first Bull victory since 2018? 33-14, 4:06 left to go.
Brilliant play design, right, Billy? I mean, I think they had trips to the right side. They sent a man in motion that pulled the linebacker out, and the C's just kind of parted for Julian Duggar.
Yeah, it was executed perfectly, perfect time for the call. I think, honestly, if you go back and look, and I'd have to go back and look, I think even Duggar was surprised that it happened. He stuttered for a second. Go.
Well, and then if you're Kirby Moore, right, you watch Duggar run for this touchdown. We're like, whoa, who's this guy? Where's he been all season?
Yeah, that's right. I think he's going to have an opportunity to show what he can do. And it was interesting that he got into the ball game, and I was happy for him that he got into the ball game. I probably will. Maybe we'll talk about it a little bit more, but who knows what's happening behind the scenes, maybe why Zevi didn't start at the beginning of the year versus Jackson, and then all of a sudden Duggar's finishing. I mean, there's just a lot there, right? And so I was excited that Zevi got to play the game that he got to play, but I was really excited that Duggar got an opportunity to show what he could do also.
Believe that was the second touchdown run of the season for Julian Duggar. You have to go all the way back to that San Diego State game in week 2 to find it. That was the last touchdown in a 36-13 win for WSU over the Aztecs. Utah State would tack on one more kind of meaningless touchdown late for a 34-21 final. But Billy, again, first bowl win for the Cougs since the Gardner Minshew Alamo Bowl victory over Iowa State, which is kind of a bad word these days around WSU. But it's been a long time coming to finish a season on a high note like this.
Yeah, especially when you consider, it's not like this is the first bowl since 2018, right? We've been to several bowl games since then. We just haven't had the success. It's nice to go 7-6, but of course, that means Utah State is 6-7.
Look what you did there. All right, there's a whole lot to talk about from this game. Some really kind of eye-popping numbers for the Cougar offense today with, I don't know, you could say Danny Freund unshackled a bit with Jimmy Rogers no longer there on the sidelines. We're also going to get to some of your calls coming up after the break. We'll get a check of scores with Austin Samuels a little bit further down the line, and hopefully we'll be hearing from head coach Jesse Bobbitt, 1-0 as a college football head coach after today's victory. Don't go away. You're listening to Washington State Football on the Cougar Sports Network.
When putting in a tree or fence post, we all hate it when our shovel hits a big rock. But there are worse things to come across, like a natural gas or electric line. Nowadays, buried utilities are everywhere, some just below the surface. That's why it's the law to call 811 before you dig, to have your lines marked ahead of time. It's free for Avista residential customers. So call 811 2 business days before you dig. You need time to pick out that perfect shrub anyway. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Alliant Employee Benefits is the Inland Northwest leader in employee benefit consulting and brokerage. Alliant is a difference maker, providing employee benefit solutions and problem solving while helping companies grow and protect their business. Alliant keeps its clients on the forefront of the benefit industry's constant evolution while improving the benefits experience for employees through better health outcomes and more cost-effective care. Give Alliant a call and see what they can do for you.
Toyota-thon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota, like the spacious Corolla Cross. Now through January 5th, lease a new gas-powered 26 Corolla Cross L with all-wheel drive for $279 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play. Coug Talk rolls on the Cougar Sports Network.
All right, welcome back to the Coug Talk postgame show after a 34-21 win over Utah State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. All right, Alex Brink's postgame interview with Jesse Bobbitt is in. Let's play that for you right now.
All right, guys, I got Coach Bobbitt here. Jesse, what a fantastic performance from these young men today. I mean, get the win, but more importantly, felt like they really came out and played their best football for 4 quarters.
No, incredibly proud of these guys. The energy they've had the last couple of weeks through all the adversity and things going on and change has been awesome. Really proud of the defense for how they started a couple of things, and how they finished. But offense responded throughout the game. Zevi responded throughout the game. It was awesome to put together, essentially 4 full quarters of football and finish it the right way.
Yeah, and for you personally, you spent time at Washington State, as a GA. You come back as a defensive coordinator. You get this opportunity to be the head coach for this game. And it really felt like throughout this entire process, just your message of consistency and these young men playing for themselves really shone through.
Yeah, you could see it today. You could see the joy. Not all that joy is for me, obviously. That's just joy of us being together and for each other. Incredibly proud of them, the way they bonded, the way they stuck it out. Great human beings and great football players. And so I'm incredibly thankful to be here.
Defensively, you guys did it again, man. That group just felt like all year they found a way, to stifle, pretty effective offensive. Utah State, is really dynamic, and they couldn't do anything today. What was that?
Yeah, going into this game plan, I was like, man, this scheme is tough. All they get triple option like RPO stuff. They got a couple of them later in the game. But the biggest thing was those huge responses, down a couple turnovers in the red zone, and the defense stepping up, coming away with no points out of those possessions was awesome. The guys attacked the field. They were smiles on their face saying, hey, let's win on defense. And so the mentality stayed true.
Yeah, and offensively, obviously, threw the football a little bit more in this game, but you still had, over 200 yards rushing. Yeah. So a lot of balance, and, Zevi Eckhouse goes out on a high note, and some young faces, new faces showed up in a big way.
Yeah, and it was awesome to see, obviously, start off the game passing it a little bit more and opened up the run game naturally, and guys made some awesome runs. O-line was leading them up front, creating seams, and then Zevi and the boys on the perimeter were able to make a bunch of really good plays and have success in all phases on offense. So
congrats on the win, Coach.
Thanks so much. Go Cougs.
All right, again, that was Jesse Bobbitt with our Alex Brink down there on the sideline. And, there were some people, Billy, who didn't like the idea of Jesse Bobbitt being the coach for this bowl game because it's known that he's going to go to Iowa State and join Jimmy Rogers as the defensive coordinator. But look, this is a guy in his second stint at WSU. Remember, he was a coach under Jake Dickert as well, went to South Dakota State, then came back with Jimmy Rogers. He knows these players. He was probably the best choice, in my opinion, to lead them to this bowl game. And look at the results here. I think just that continuity and having both of your coordinators coach this game made a huge difference for Washington State.
Yeah, I think it was a nice way kind of passing the baton, so to speak. And I really felt like I feel like there's a really strong culture that Jimmy Rogers and his crew kind of brought in. And I think, with Coach Dickert, we kind of scratched the surface on that. There was a lot of discipline that happened under Coach Dickert's watch. I think Jimmy Rogers took that and maybe put a little bit more positive spin on it. And it'll be interesting to see, and it'll be fun to watch how we can take kind of that discipline with kind of the creativity and the offensive mindset that Coach Moore brings. And it'll be fun to see how everything kind of plays out, because I think there's a lot of like, step A to step B to step C, and I'm excited what step D is going to look like.
All right, let's start to get to some of your phone calls. We're told we've got more than a handful of them already lined up. So, Zane, why don't you play the first one for us now?
Hey, this is Darren from Kennewick. Really enjoyed watching the defense play tough today. And my question to you guys is who are the most important players that Coach Moore needs to try to retain? Thanks.
All right, Darren in Kennewick, one of our frequent callers. Thank you for the phone call. All right, that's a great question, actually. Who are the most important players for Coach Moore to try to maintain? I kind of mentioned two of them. I don't know if they're the most important, but two young receivers who I really like, Mackenzie Aline and Landon Wright as well. Billy, I mean, I guess where would you start?
Well, I'm always gonna start in the trenches, right? I really feel like, we've got to do everything we can to maintain our offensive line and defensive line, the people who are there, the people who are contributing, the people who are up and coming. That's where we have to start. Bobby Boucher, a.k.a. Isaac Terrell, he's on the list, but Sonny Finau makes, every single one of those defensive linemen make plays, right? And like today, we got so much pressure with just the front four. We didn't need to blitz, and it allows us to do so many things on the backside, and it allows us to, basically, have all three levels covered without having to blitz, without putting people in a tough spot. So I'm always gonna default to, let's shore up the offensive line, let's shore up the defensive line if we have people who and who specifically that might be. Derek's kind of looking at the depth chart right now, but that's where I would start.
Yeah, I mean, talking about offensive line, look, Ashton Tripp is 6'7", 303 pounds, right from where Darren is calling in Kennewick. I mean, he might be a future NFL guy, just a redshirt sophomore. Johnny Lesser, a kid from a Spokane area here, went to Northwest Christian High School, 6'5", 306 pounds, a redshirt junior. Those guys on the left side, I think, improved a ton over the course of the season, and if you keep that continuity on the left side, I think you'll really, really like what you see from them going forward. Kyle Martin just made his second start of his career today in place of the injured Brock Dew. He's another local kid out of Sumner, a team that just won the 4A state championship here in Washington, 6'3", 300 pounds. Malake Taase is a guy who had made a couple plays out there today. He transferred from New Mexico State. Rumors are he was going to enter into the portal. Maybe if you show him, right, there's a place for you here. He's a guy that could stick around. Donovan Fitzmaurice is another defensive lineman, a true freshman who's gotten some time this year as well. I think there's a few guys that just make sense that they would join Coach Rogers at Iowa State. Guys like Sullivan Schlimgen, just because he's from South Dakota, that Midwest blood kind of already.
Yeah, but I sure don't want to lose him. He played a good game. I mean, there was one play in particular where he came up and he hit the quarterback, and I think I texted you, man. The quarterback felt that hit.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Maxwell Woods, another guy. He's from the Midwest. He's from Carver, Minnesota. Started at South Dakota State. You'd love to keep him if you can, but that might be a tough one as well, right?
Yeah. And I'll give Polano a shout out. I thought he played a really good game. He played a really solid game. He had a tough time getting on the field this year, and I think there were some injury things, and he had a tough time getting back. But he had a very solid game, and I know he had talked about entering the portal, but it would be nice to retain him. And but again, I'm going to default to the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a great place for any new head coach to start, is shoring up the trenches first. All right, let's go right back to the phone lines.
Hey, this is CJ in Pullman. Derek, great season as always. You do a great job. We love you as the guy to take the Cougs home after the games. Thank you for a great season. Hey, one quick question. Danny Freud, OC, Gardner Minshew, quarterback coach. Go Cougs.
All right, CJ, with the phone call there. Look, good news on the Gardner Minshew front. I saw today that his ACL is actually not torn. I don't know if that means he's going to be available for their season finale or not. Most likely not. But if he doesn't have to go off-season surgery, that's a good thing for Gardner. In terms of offensive coordinator, look, Danny Freund certainly didn't hurt himself today, Billy. He doesn't have any connections that we are aware of with the Kirby Moore, but Kirby might have looked at this game, and I'm going to think Kirby probably already has OC candidates in mind, but it might have turned his head a little bit to see what this guy calling plays today could do.
Yeah, and it certainly didn't help Freund's case, as a coach. We know that he can coach at this level, and I loved, and we talked about it again off air. I loved just seeing the passion and the excitement that he brought, and he used to call plays from the box, and this was his first time calling plays on the field. And I would be shocked if he goes back to the box, because once you're down on that field and you kind of can get a feel for how things are going, you get to look people in the eye, see exactly where they're at, and have some of those conversations. And I think that was probably helpful, not feeling any pressure, on being able to call the game that he wanted to call. I think that was really helpful for him today. And I suspect, whenever you're interviewing for a head coaching job, you always want to be able to present, okay, these are the people that I'm going to bring with me. So I would be shocked if Coach Moore didn't have, an offense coordinator in mind. But at the end of the day, having Freund on staff and being able to maintain that continuity would be nice.
Do you think that Danny Freund felt free, unshackled today without Jimmy Rogers? We talked about in the pregame that we threw 42 times in the Week 2 win over San Diego State, and at the time we had said that was the most passing attempts the Jimmy Rogers team had ever attempted in a game. We threw 47 times in this game today, but it was still fairly balanced. We ran 41 times, but the result, Billy, was 628 yards of total offense.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually kind of astounding. And again, I think this game, and we talked about it, this game could have been a much bigger blowout. This game could have
had 50. Easy.
Yeah, this game could have been a 50-burger really easily. I think we were, 3 of 6 in the red zone. And,
yes,
which isn't awesome. And if we had just been closer to the season statistic of maybe even 5 of 6, we're at 50. So.
All right, listen to this. We ran for a season-high 255 rushing yards today. Our previous best was 186 in our last game against Oregon State. So that's 69 more than the previous high. We passed for a season-high 373 yards. Our previous high was 279 in the Apple Cup versus UW, where we had to throw the ball because we were down early. So that's 94 more than the previous high. And then total yardage was a season high 628. Our previous high was 396 against San Diego State. So that's plus 232 in total yards. So our offensive output was almost 50% more than our previous best. Actually, more than 50% more than our previous best.
Yeah, that's kind of Mike Leach numbers right there, right? It's interesting. I would... Because I think Zevi is so nonchalant, you get good Zevi and you get bad Zevi, right? But I also think it almost lulls the other team to sleep sometimes. Because when you're sitting watching the other team, they just kind of look passionless, right? You don't see a lot of fire. You don't see
the ESPN announcers even said that several times about Utah State today.
And I noticed it over the course of the year. It just seemed like we almost kind of take them out of it, like we kind of bore them to death because of the nonchalant that we play with. Nonchalance, I don't know if that's a word, but it is now. And because of that, I feel like we kind of are able to just do things. Now, when you look at the numbers, and everybody's going to have their own way of looking at these things, we did only have 10 yards rushing at halftime.
Right. And so ended up with 255.
Yeah, so to come back and finish with 255, I think there's a combination of things there. And having a running quarterback who runs for 50 yards at a time doesn't hurt when you bring Duggar in. But it was an interesting game. It was called. I really liked the balance. I think we have a lot of success. I would have loved to see us a little bit better in the red zone, but it was a fun game to watch if you're a Coug.
Yeah, red zone was about the only place where you didn't feel super great about what the Cougs did today. All right, we're going to take our second break of the show. We still have several more of your phone calls to get to, but after the break, we're going to check scores with our Austin Samuel, so don't go away. You're listening to Washington State Football on the Cougar Sports Network.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride, and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan by helping them grow their money. So, does the card support the Coug fan, or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Look, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life, but if you're a WSU fan and you haven't switched your phone service to Cougs Mobile, you're leaving points on the field. Here's the deal. You get exclusive game day perks, and Cougs Mobile contributes to WSU athletics every time you pay your monthly bill. No contracts, no hidden fees, no reason to wait. Switch now to the only phone plan built for Coug fans and on the T-Mobile 5G network. Visit CougsMobile.com.
On game day, Pullman heads to the Lumberyard Food Hall. Enjoy burgers and drinks from Timber, island favorites from Island Grill, and bold Colombian flavors from Mi Rinconcito Colombiano. And when the sun goes down, dancing every Friday and Saturday night, 18 and older after 10 p.m. There's something for everyone at the Lumberyard Food Hall in downtown Pullman.
Welcome back to Coug Talk. Washington State a winner in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, 34-21 the final. They win over Utah State, their first bowl victory since the 2018 season. Austin Samuels with you here to check some scores. And, well, the famous Idaho Potato Bowl was the only college football game today, so there are no other live games here on Monday to talk about. But bowl season rolls on tomorrow. 3 games on tap. Toledo and Louisville lead it off in the Boca Raton Bowl tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time. Both teams sit at 8-4 on the season. And Toledo, the Rockets, have won 4 straight games since losing to Washington State in Pullman. That was back in late October. Western Kentucky and Southern Miss will match up in the New Orleans Bowl tomorrow. That's the middle game of the 3 at 2:30 Pacific time. Western Kentucky is 8-4. Southern Miss sits at 7-5. Both teams come into bowl season off of losing streaks. The UNLV Rebels will look to win their 11th game of the year when they take on the Ohio Bobcats in the Frisco Bowl. That's tomorrow, the nightcap at 6 p.m. Pacific time. UNLV comes in at 10-3. Ohio is 8-4. The college football playoff rolls on into the quarterfinals starting next week, beginning on New Year's Eve. 10th seed Miami, the Hurricanes, fresh off of their 10-3 road win over Texas A&M. They will square off with 2-seed Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. That's the only game on the 31st. Then it is a triple header in the college football playoff on New Year's Day. So if you're looking for something to do on New Year's Day, lots of college football on tap. 5th-seeded Oregon, who knocked off JMU at home in Eugene. They will face 4-seed Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl to get things going. Then 9th-seeded Alabama, who won at Oklahoma in the opening round. They'll match up with Indiana, the number 1 seed. That's in the Rose Bowl. And then the nightcap on New Year's Day is 6th-seed Ole Miss, who handily beat Tulane in the opening game in Oxford. They'll play 3-seed Georgia to wrap up the quarterfinals in the Sugar Bowl. Also looking at Washington State hoops, as both the men's and women's teams have now finished non-conference play and are headed into WCC play beginning next week. First with the WSU women, they finished the non-conference 1-12, but they showed a little bit of promise in the month of December, and they'll look to sort of right the ship as they get into conference play. They will open up West Coast Conference play at home, taking on Pepperdine on Sunday, December 28th. That is at Beasley Coliseum in Pullman. The WSU men finished the non-conference on a positive note, winning back-to-back games. And with a win against Mercer on Saturday, they finished 5-8 going into conference play. They'll open up WCC play on the road at Portland, the Pilots, on Sunday, December 28th. Then they'll take on Seattle U on the road, a new team to the WCC this year. That'll be Tuesday, December 30th, before heading back to Pullman in the new year. That's one final look at scores. Washington State, again, a winner in the bowl game, 34-21 over Utah State. And when we come back, Derek and Billy will take more of your calls after this. You're listening to Washington State football on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Toyota-thon is on. Get in the spirit of the season with a new Toyota. Now through January 5th, get $3,000 customer cash on new 26 Tundras. Or get 2.99 APR financing plus $1,000 TFS APR cash. With approved credit through TFS. Excludes TRD Pro. APR cash must be applied to deal. Plus, you get 2 years no-cost maintenance. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Welcome back to the Coug Talk post-game show. WSU 4-2 now all-time against Utah State, their future Pac-12 rival, after this 34-21 victory in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Interim head coach Jesse Bobbitt getting the French fry bath after the game, as is tradition on the blue turf in Boise. All right, Derek Dice and Billy Newman here with you. We've still got several of your phone calls to get to. I think everybody's feeling good after this 13-point win in the bowl game. So let's get to our next call right now.
Hey, Coug Talk, Kobe in Seattle, just walking to work here off the back of that great win. Awesome. Great day to be a Coug. Fucking love it. We needed that. We deserved that. Go Cougs, baby. Let's see what we do next year.
All right, thanks for the phone call there.
Yes.
Just feeling good about things. I didn't get the name of him there in Seattle, but feeling good, chest out on his way to work.
Walking proud, baby.
All right, let's go ahead and get right to our next one if we can, Zane.
It's Kenny from Kenmore. And again, thanks you guys for a great season of production of the postgame show. And thanks to the Cougars for a win. First bowl win since 2018. I was in Boise for the game, and this year I got to go to games in Boise, Oxford, Charlottesville, and Pullman. And today's production was just great. Everything about it. The Cougar Collective did 2 awesome events in Boise, and this was a fantastic bowl game. Just the whole experience. I'd encourage fans, come out to Pullman next year. We really need you in the stands. We had a great turnout of fans here in Boise. And I hope we get to come back to the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. It was a real mash. Sorry about the dad joke. Have a Merry Christmas, guys.
He's not sorry.
Kenny had that in his pocket the whole time. Love it. All right. Kenny finishing the season strong. I think only maybe one game he didn't call in all year. Might have even been the first one. But talk about a dedicated Coug fan. You just heard him say he went to games in Oxford, Charlottesville, and Boise. So we're glad that he was able to get a W away from home. He said a good turnout for fans there. I know they announced the attendance at like just over 17,000 14,000. I'd be interested to know, like, if there was a breakdown of that between Cougs and Utah State fans, Billy, because as we said in the pregame show, both campuses were roughly 300 miles from Boise, so it was a place you could drive to if you wanted to.
Yeah, and I think you'd probably be better off driving, especially from Spokane area, Pullman area. You listen, Boise's it's a place where it's not horrible. It's not horrible. It's fun to visit, and I'm glad that we had the opportunity to play close to home where we can get a lot of fans in there.
I will say, as much as I dislike Boise State athletics, every time I go to Boise, I'm like, God, this is a really well thought out city. It's laid out well. You got the freeway runs through it. Everything's kind of easy to get to. So whoever was in charge of their city planning back in the day, kudos to that person or those people for sure. All right, let's get to another one of your phone calls now.
Hi there, this is Jen in Beaverton. I just wanted to say it's pretty wonderful after the roller coaster we've had over the last couple of weeks, with a nice, strong ending to the season, and then losing our head coach, and then having this really nice, fun bowl game to watch, and seeing so many of the players that have played the whole year coming in and playing, and then also seeing some people that haven't gotten a lot of play to come in and do some great things as well. I was just wondering what your opinions were about the current offensive coordinator and him coming back in some capacity to coach on the team next year. He had some really nice play calls in the bowl game, but he also had a few of the play calls that were a little bit difficult to understand, things that seem to have not worked very well all during the year. So I'm a bit apprehensive to have him come back and be the offensive coordinator again, but I wonder what your guys' thoughts were about that. Thanks, and go Cougs. Sorry that Cougar football is done again for the year because I love it so much. Bye-bye.
All right, Jen and Beaverton, a lot of our normal Coug Talk contributors getting in on the phone lines here again this year. And Billy, we talked about this a little bit, right? Kirby Moore most definitely has offensive coordinator candidates in mind. To our knowledge, he has no connections to Danny Freund, at least that we know of, right? So will he be back on the staff in some capacity? I would say it's very unlikely, but again, putting up 628 yards in a bowl game, he didn't hurt his chances of whatever his next job might be.
Yeah, and it's always tough to bring in an offensive coordinator, to be an offensive coordinator for a coach that you maybe have different philosophical views on, right? And it really felt like Freund and Coach Rogers had kind of some different philosophies on what they wanted the offense to be. And if you're calling plays with somebody else's mindset in mind, you probably aren't going to be as effective as if you just felt comfortable doing. And as an offensive coordinator, you really want to have a feel for the way the game is going, and you don't want this voice in the back of your head. You don't want to hear that whisper, right? No Jiminy Crickets when you're calling plays. And it kind of felt like he kind of had that weight with him as he was calling plays all year long. And and I understand it, because Coach Rogers' philosophy is, hey, we've got an amazing defense. Our defense is flying around. Just don't put us in a position where we're going to lose the game on offense, right? And that's a different way to call plays versus going out to win the ball game.
Yeah, and it's almost like, we started the season with a terrible offensive performance against Idaho, who we weren't able to run the football against when we thought we would be able to run the football all over them. And so then maybe they loosened things up a little bit week 2 against San Diego State, and we had probably our best offensive performance of the season. It was in terms of points and total yardage until today. And then it was kind of reined back in a little bit, where Coach Rogers I don't want to be throwing the ball that much. We want to try to establish the run.
Yeah, and again, when you're doing that, you could see the relationship between how Coach Rogers wanted to play and what he felt Zevi brought to the program, right? You could see that he felt a close connection to Zevi and was very proud of what Zevi was able to do from a leadership standpoint and what he was able to do with his legs. And I think that he kind of was you know how like there's just some people who have an uncanny ability to like get past like whoopsies. Like my 18-year-old son, he's amazing. Like you could really be pissed at him, but like he'll just do this
Shake
thing.
it off.
Yeah, and you're like, all right, it's fine. And I kind of felt like that's how Zevi was with Coach Rogers versus Jackson Potter, who maybe didn't have the same charisma, maybe didn't have the same skill set, and then there just wasn't a fit.
We're a few minutes past the top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves here on the Cougar Sports Network.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the Elson Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Play, stay, get away at Clearwater River Casino in Lewiston, Idaho. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe. Experience Namipu hospitality with 600 gaming machines, comfortable lodging, dining, and sports bar. Excitement is everywhere. The region's premier destination for events and entertainment. Win big with unforgettable concerts, comedy shows, and live sports action. Discover your next play, stay, get away. Visit crcasino.com and start your adventure today.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural.
Ah, exciting.
Ooh, it's $8,000.
Oh.
I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once. Or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Giza Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Giza.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Cougar defense looking for another stop. Pressure comes. 3rd and 5. Barnes looking to pass, and it's Gavin Bartheel with the sack. The second time Cougs started out at WSU, went to Utah State, was out of football. Defensive coordinator Jesse Bobbitt helped to bring him back in the fold at WSU because they were both together. Their first stint in Pullman has the sack on 3rd down, and he absolutely swallows up his former Aggie teammate Bryson Barnes. How about that?
So Zane, our studio host, was reading my mind there, choosing that particular sack of Gavin Bartheel. You heard Chris King say it. Started his career at WSU, went to Utah State. Jesse Bobbitt convinced him to come back, and then he comes up with 5 tackles and that sack against his former team. He's one of the guys I was just going to kind of continue off of Jennifer and Beaverton's point that getting an opportunity today and making the most of it, Billy. So Gavin Bartheel, again, the 5 tackles and the sack. We saw Jamari Smith get to play. He made a couple plays early, had a pass breakup on that first series of the season or of the game for Utah State. And then Maxwell Woods came in. He was kind of the 3rd running back, maybe you could even say 4th running back. Only had 108 yards rushing all season, but today 117 yards on just 9 carries. It was the only 100-yard game for a Cougar running back this season. He also had 3 receptions for 35 yards, so 152 yards in total offense for the redshirt freshman.
Yeah, I thought we had some guys who stepped up, and I thought, when you have the kind of that opportunity and that prep that they've been able to put into it, I mean, and you're able to kind of build them up and let them know, like, hey, this is your time, this is your time, this is your time. And that gives these guys confidence to go out there. And when they get their opportunity, they're making them. We had some guys who, we hadn't called their name all year, and they were making huge plays, and it was a lot of fun to watch. A lot, like, honestly, like, Coach Moore's got to be feeling pretty good right now about that young crop, because those were some freshmen, those were some sophomores, those were some young people who are going out and who are making some big plays for us.
Yep, and then the question now becomes, how many of them can you retain to stay on next year's roster? And I'm sure all those conversations will be happening here in the next couple days.
Well, and this is also one of those things that as a coach you have to figure out, like, how much do I play a young guy to get them opportunities, and how much do I, keep them off the field in order to make sure that, I don't put too much tape out there, but just enough where they understand they're valuable, right? These are there's a lot that goes into just something as simple as giving an opportunity to a kid to go out and make some plays.
We've talked about that already this season with Isaac Terrell, right? Kind of exploding onto the scene this year as a junior. The word is certainly out about him. So how much in NIL money maybe do you have to shell out to a guy like that in order to make sure you keep him?
Right, and that's the question. And so you on one hand, you're like, hey, this is fantastic. We got a guy who's coming out and who's making plays for us. The other hand, now you got to figure out, well, if I try and keep one guy, does that mean I'm going to lose three other guys? And so is it better to keep those three guys for that money versus just the one? And like, this is the world we live in. And kudos to Coach Moore, who's willing to take that on, and by all accounts has learned from some of the best on how to navigate through that.
Yeah, going to be a lot of interesting decisions in the offseason for sure. All right, we have at least a couple more of your phone calls loaded up. I want to remind everyone that call line is 509-905-2014. 509-905-2014. If you still want to get a call in, let's go to our next call right now.
Hello, this is John from Boise out in the parking lot. Congratulations to the Washington State Cougars. So proud to be a Cougar today as a former resident of Prosser. I'm very happy about the future of our team with Kirby Moore as our new coach. Go Cougs.
All right, John in Boise, but originally from Prosser. Billy, I tell you what, I've got a couple friends, WSU friends actually, from the Prosser area. These guys are ecstatic that Kirby has taken over. One of them was actually his former high school history teacher, and he said, I'll tell you what, Kirby's a smart kid, asked a lot of great questions, so he was pretty, confident that he's going to be able to do a nice job. But it really is kind of just a feel-good thing, right? I mean, you grew up 2.5 hours from WSU. He told Jason Puckett, who is a Coug and a Seattle sports guy, that Washington State was actually his first offer coming out of high school in Prosser there, and he had talked with Gino Simone about both going to Washington State together as part of that recruiting class. But when Boise State named his brother Kellen the starting quarterback, it made it really tough to pass up the opportunity to go play with his brother. But, I think it's just kind of a feel-good story. An Eastern Washington guy coming home and leading the team he grew up watching.
Yeah, it's almost serendipitous, right? I mean, how often, maybe it's going to happen more and more, but how often do you have one coach who's there for 1 year who moves on to a new position, and the opening comes right when you're hitting your stride, and, it's pretty cool to see him, as a kid take, in Martin or, not Martin. Giesefield. Yeah, sorry. That was a little slip up on my part. Giesefield. It was Martin Stadium at the time when he was a kid, and I think that's so cool to kind of come full circle. So.
Yeah, and interestingly, too, they always do, these Night with Cougar football or Night with Cougar athletic events, and there's almost always one in Seattle, one in Spokane, one in the Tri-Cities area. This year, in November, before it was ever announced that Jimmy Rogers was leaving and Kirby Moore was hired, they moved the Tri-Cities one to a winery in Prosser.
Oh, wow.
So how wild is that, that it's actually going to be in Kirby Moore's hometown? That's coming up, I think, maybe like in February or March or what have you. Hey, download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features all the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football and more for free with the WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go, available now in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. All right, we've got at least one more of your calls loaded up, so let's get to that now.
This is Eric from Spokane. Just finished watching the game. An amazing win for the Cougs, an amazing resiliency with everything they've dealt with in the last month. it just makes you wonder what would have happened if we weren't on our second coach in a year. And it's unfortunate that we're going to lose some of these players, but that's the new face of college football. But today was an outstanding team win, and all of those kids that stayed with the team to go to the bowl game, outstanding on them and outstanding on the coach's staff for keeping kids that expressed interest in the portal but have not officially gone into it, and letting the team play together one more time. Great win. Thrilled about the season. Go Cougs.
Hey, Eric in Spokane, I hope you're listening right now because I want you to know that I've been thinking about you actually for the last couple of weeks. So after the Oregon State win, I'm pretty sure it was Eric who said, has Jimmy Rogers done almost too good of a job now that it's going to put him in a position to be attractive to other schools? And Grady and I at the time immediately were like, yeah, he's been good, but I doubt that's going to happen after 1 year. And then it was literally days later that he took the Iowa State job and left us all kind of flabbergasted that he left. But Eric was the first one, at least on the Coug Talk postgame show, to say it out loud. So I guess props to you, Eric, for having, that foresight in thought that he might be attractive enough to leave us. But again, as he said, just kind of having that consistency with, guys deciding to play in this game because, listen, Billy, John Mateer already had left Oklahoma last year. We had guys, like Max Borghi and others who have decided not to play in the bowl game for various reasons. And there was a few guys, Kirby Voorhees, Kenny Worthy, just a few of them that decided not to play today, but the bulk of them did, and the results showed.
Yeah, and again, that's a credit. I think one of the things that this coaching staff has continued to preach from the beginning of the year until now is like, let's do this for each other, right? Like they've really bought in to once a Coug, always a Coug. Let's do this for each other. We're brother, and there is a true brotherhood. And it was interesting watching the game today. There were actually a lot of injuries. There were a lot of people who got hurt today, which is unfortunate, and you never like to see that. But I kind of was reflecting, and you watch these big, strong, tough guys who just battle and who have, you got testosterone coming out of their ears, right? They're just really physical. But there's something about this game that taps into an emotion within guys. And as soon as they recognize that they don't get another snap, they just weep. They just break down. This is a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game, and when you put your heart and soul into something greater than yourself, and that's what I think this coaching staff has done. When you put your heart and soul into something greater than yourself, I think that you get 1 + 1 = 3, and not 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, that's really well said. And a perfect time to shout out those 7 seniors who spent their entire careers at WSU. Those 7 are Brock Dew, Christian Hilborn, Josh Meredith, who was named the MVP of the game today, Leon Neal Jr., Dylan Payne, Leighton Smithson, and Ram Stevenson. So, kudos to all those guys and all the other seniors who got to go out on a high note today. All right, let's take another timeout. If you got a phone call, do it now so we can get you in. 509-905-2014. Back with more of the Coug Talk postgame show after this on the Cougar Sports Network.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at ValleyRVSupercenter.com.
a mission that matters, a place to grow. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is an internationally recognized designer and manufacturer of products that protect and control electric power systems worldwide. Employees are problem solvers, inventors, and doers. At SEL, you can support a mission that truly matters and create a career that maximizes your full potential. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
The Swinging Doors in Spokane has been family owned and operated since 1981. Open at 8 a.m. every day, with breakfast once again being served all day. The kitchen is open until 9 p.m. on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and open till 10 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday. With over 50 TVs, come watch your favorite team in action, including Cougar games. The Swinging Doors in Spokane, a great place to meet, eat, and have fun.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
All right, welcome back to the Coug Talk post-game show. Washington State with their first bowl victory since the 2018 Alamo Bowl, winning 34-21 over Utah State. But that score flatters Utah State, if we're being honest here, Billy. They had 254 yards of total offense in this game. 200 of them came on their final 3 drives of the game, which all resulted in touchdowns. So before that, they had 54 total yards on their first 10 drives of the game. I guess we shouldn't have expected any less from this defense, right? They had been really nails over the second half of the season.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Clearly, they were focusing on the dual threat quarterback and making sure that we were taking away, him being able to use his legs, and he wasn't able to beat us with his arm. And we did a great job of getting pressure with those front 4 guys. I feel like we do a really good job of taking offenses out of their game plan almost before the game even starts, right? Because there's some triple option things that they've done over the course of the year that they never really got into, and until later in the game. And I feel like with whatever we're doing, the getting downhill and just being able to kind of play in space and play aggressively, I feel like over the course of the year, this defense has done a really good job of taking the offense out of the game before it even starts.
Yeah, over the final 6 games of the season, this defense allowed a total of 73 points, so 12.2 points per game, and that includes giving up that 24 points against James Madison back on November the 22nd. So they were really, really good over the course of the season. And, Alex Brink shared with us in the pregame show that this quarterback, Barnes, had beaten the Cougs in Pullman when he was a member of the Utah Utes a couple of years ago. I think it was back in 2022. And this Bronco Mendenhall offense ran for 360 yards against the Cougs last year when he was at New Mexico. So, to hold them to 54 total yards on their first 10 drives really, really shows what this defense was capable of all year. Just a few hat tips on the defensive side, Billy. Caleb Franzel, another 8 tackles today, including a tackle for loss. Now, Parker McKenna was not able to play today because of an injury, but he still finishes 1 ahead of Caleb Franzel for the team lead in tackles. McKenna with 83 to Franzel's 82. Gavin Barthiel, we talked about him, 5 tackles and a sack today. And then Matt Durant's 3 tackles, including that interception in the end zone. So a lot of guys, again, contributing to this defense. Also, we should say, too, Tucker Large hurt himself during the course of the game on a play on the sidelines. I believe he was back out on the field on crutches. So we wish the best for that young man, because he is going to have a shot at the next level for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible play that we've kind of come to expect from him, where he had a pass breakup. You don't expect our safeties and linebackers to be able to to play coverage the way they do. They really do a great job of coverage and making sure that, they've got guys locked up one-on-one. And it's not too often they get beaten a pass. And that again, shout out to them, because oftentimes they're guarding these, kind of smaller, quicker slot guys, and they do a really good job. And he had a play, on the sideline and just came down wrong. It was an incredibly athletic play, and had the pass breakup. And, if you're gonna get hurt, you want it to be making a play, and so he'll always say, well, I still made the play.
I'll preface this by saying that we have not received an official word from Washington State that Trent Bray will be the defensive coordinator next year under Kirby Moore, but some pretty reliable reporters have all said that this hire has been made. In fact, John Canzano said he confirmed it with Trent Bray himself. And so, Billy, if you're Coach Bray, hopefully you're in Pullman here within the next couple of days, and you're trying to, watch film of these guys and say, hey, here's how you're going to fit into my defense. We want you to stay, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, his first call should be to me, but then the next thing he should do is really study film on what this defense is able to do. And he had a lot of success in Oregon State, and he's been around the block. We were just talking about the life of a college coach, man. I mean, it's pretty nomadic, and he's a fairly young guy, just like Coach Moore, and they've already been in 6 stops, and so they understand the game. They've had opportunities to learn from a lot of successful coaches, a lot of coaches who have done a lot of good things in the college football game, and so he's going to come in. He knows the game, he knows the drill. He's going to be prepared, and it's going to be fun to have him back in Pullman. He was in Pullman when he was a young boy, when I was down there, and his dad was calling me all sorts of names.
All right, let's take another timeout. If you have a phone call, it's your last chance to get it in, 509-905-2014. Maybe we got 2 segments left, Billy, so maybe we put a wrap on 2025, and then maybe our final segment we can look ahead to 2026. You're listening to the Coug Talk Postgame Show on the Cougar Sports Network.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill, when your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
So you want somewhere to play? We got you. A nice relaxing stay? We got you. Wanna be entertained? We got you. Wanna play golf all day? We got you. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning. So you're looking for something to do? We got you. Want some tasty food? We got you. Heard you wanna do some shopping? We got you. The live music is always popping at the Go to Lake Casino. At the Go to Lake Casino. Go to Lake Casino. Winning is just the beginning.
Brown family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made from farm to glass reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife, Courtney, welcome you to their extended family where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms, Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Cougs, to lead in the new Pac-12, we have to attack this together. Name, image, and likeness, NIL, is essential. It's how our programs recruit, retain, and elevate our student athletes who don the crimson and gray. And now, you can directly support WSU NIL through our Cougar Athletic Fund. A tax-deductible gift to our Sport Excellence Funds powers WSU's NIL efforts, all in one place. Visit WSUCougars.com and select NIL in the drop-down menu to learn more. Go Cougs!
Here's the snap. Zevi pump fake. Screen pass to the running back. Maxwell Woods trying to use his legs. Cuts near side. He's got the first down and more. Looking for an extra blocker. Across midfield. Shoved down from behind on the famous Idaho Potato Bowl logo. Right on the sour cream above the russet potato. He makes it into Aggie territory to the 49-yard line. That will go down as a gain of 33.
Yeah, really. I like that Chris King was even able to identify the type of potato on the field there in Boise today. The Cougs with that 34-21 win over Utah State, getting to finish the season with a winning record now at 7-6. But that was one of the longer passing plays for Zevi Eckhouse today, Billy. He finishes 26 of 44, 334 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, but also 3 interceptions. He ran 14 times for 34 yards as well. And of note, in 2 bowl games, Zevi, 697 yards passing and 6 touchdowns. He goes 1-1 in those 2 bowl games. But again, we saw the full spectrum of good Zevi and bad Zevi in this one. There's going to be a lot of people that remember him very fondly for the things he can do. There's going to be also, I think, a lot of people who are, maybe thinking,
Zevi!
We could be better a little behind center for some of the poorer decisions that he's making. But
I actually think I think more people are going to remember him fondly. Like, I think he's pretty endearing. And when you listen to him on, in interviews and just
fantastic representative of the university.
100%.
Yeah. But there you take some of the good with the bad because of that gunslinger mentality that he has.
He's like Eddie Calvin LaLoosh, right?
Yes.
And Bull Durham, where they're like, hey, he had 18 strikeouts, and they're like, record, and he's like, he also had 18 walks, another record.
Right. Yeah. But, well, actually, let's get to our final phone call. We do have one more that got it in just under the gun here, so let's go to that final phone call right now.
Great. This is Steve from Pullman. Great win today. I was just kind of wondering, if Coach Rogers was coaching this team today, the outcome might have been a little different. I think we won, but he was so conservative on offense. He always wanted to run it, not with a lot of great success. And here was Zevi out there just slinging around, just marvelously. We got touchdowns and interceptions in equal proportions. But boy, they just really it just seemed to let the offense go loose. It just makes you wonder. He was so, as I say, kind of conservative on offense. So it was just marvelous to see the way it transpired today on offense. And the defense, geez, what can you say? That was just marvelous. Well, anyway, I'm going to miss you guys, Billy and Derek. See you next August and September. Go Cougs.
All right, Steve, thank you for the phone call, and thank you for those kind words at the end there as well. Kind of, what we were sort of just mentioning, right? You take the good with the bad, but he mentioned, would we have had the same result if Coach Rogers was on the sidelines for this one? I certainly don't think we're throwing it 47 times, and I don't think we're putting up 600-plus yards of offense, but the final result in terms of a win, probably the same, I would imagine.
Yeah, that's a great question. And as he's talking, I'm kind of thinking in my head, what do I think the score would have been if Rodgers was the head coach? And I'm hard pressed to say that. I think we probably still would have won 27-13.
Something in that neighborhood.
Yeah. I think that probably would have been the final score. So that's 14-point victory versus a 13-point victory. Our defense didn't play probably quite as well, but our offense also played a little bit better, scored a little, so it's 13 versus 14. I suspect we probably would have been in that 27-13 score range.
How about this, Billy? We took 13 shots down the field, deep passing. Zevi was 8 of 12 for 168 yards, and Julian Duggar was 1 for 1 for 32 yards. That play at the end there to Trey Lechner. I don't have time to go back and look through every single game this year, but I doubt there's another instance where we took 13 shots deep down the field.
That's correct, but we are also 3 of 6 in the red zone, right? And so you take those things into account, and the way we approach things in the red zone versus the way we're doing it, over the course of, in between the 20s. And so at the end of the day, I think we would have won either way. Would it have been as exciting on some of those bigger plays? Probably not. Would our defense have given up 21? Probably not.
Yeah, we also just Earlier is a season high 255 yards rushing. The Cougs finished with 9 straight games rushing for over 100 yards, and they did it 10 times in 13 games this season. So really maybe the most successful running season the Cougs have had in a long time, probably, going all the way back to maybe even Jerome Harrison back then in like 06, 07-ish.
Yeah, and talking about, I guess we'll stick with 2025. I love that we're able to run the ball. I love that we put a focus on running the ball. I think that, the game of football is meant to be all 3 phases, offense, defense, and special teams all working together. And when you're able to run the ball, you help put the defense or keep the defense, out of bad situations, right? And so, there's a couple of those interceptions today, and our defense is amazing. And I think they almost get excited when they're challenged with, an interception deep in our territory, and they see it as a challenge, and they're ready to step up and rise. But at the end of the game, those type of things do take it out of you, right? There's a lot of energy, a lot of emotion that you put forth when you have to try and overcome some of those turnovers. But our defense did a great job of rising to the challenge.
So let's put a bow on 2025 here. And, as angry as we were with Coach Rogers leaving after just 11 months on the job, I don't know. I think I still look back on this season kind of fondly, right? I mean, you finished with a winning record. You had 70 plus new players, and you played with a bit of an identity, whether you liked it or not, as a hard-nosed, defensive, grind you out type of football team.
It's funny. I don't think I ever looked at it with any kind of animosity or anger when he announced that he was leaving, because he's got kind of that personality that I don't know that was the right fit for him, to be honest with you, right?
Here.
Yeah, at WSU.
Yeah.
I think potentially, what Kirby Moore has shown and just, again, his connection to the area, I think this is just a better fit. Now, I always respected the heck out of what Rogers did, and I appreciated, who he was, and I appreciated how he coached, and I thought he was, and I still think he's a very good coach. But I never felt a connection to him, because I don't think he allowed that to happen. And not that he was planning on leaving. I just think that that's his personality.
Right. Yeah, a little gruff exterior type of thing.
A little bit of a wall. We were shocked when he came up and talked with us, and we had an open dialogue, and he was actually very forthcoming, right? But even at that, I never felt a connection to him. Even Coach Dickert would talk to us, and I wasn't expecting that, but he came out and he was very personable, right? Mm-hmm. And you're able to say, "Oh man, I like that guy."
Yeah, and I think with this team this year, Billy, I mean, this is the best defense we've seen at WSU since, I don't know when. You have to go quite a ways back, at least in terms of numbers, but also just I did appreciate the identity and that 9, 10, 11 guys, hats flying to the ball on every play. And as much as you love to see offense, it is pretty fun when you can really play choke you out type of defense, and you sometimes just see those other teams almost tap out, we don't even want any part of this anymore.
Yeah, like we talked about, he kind of took it. Our defense, it seemed like we took the offense out of their game plan almost immediately, week in and week out. Whatever they were trying to do, it seemed like we did a really good job of taking that away from them. And so I was. It was just a lot of fun to watch, and it was a lot of fun. The fact that there wasn't any, huge standout at every level. I think they took pride in being kind of the no name, because I feel like they all were I'm a star. I don't know what you're talking. They all approached it like they came with swagger, week in and week out. They did not doubt their capabilities whatsoever.
Yeah, and really a lot of those South Dakota State guys that he brought over, your Tucker Larges and your Caleb Frantzels and Max Balloon before he was hurt, those guys knew they could play, and they carried themselves that way, and that's they wanted this chance to prove it at the FCS or at the FBS level after doing it so well at the FCS level.
Yeah, and that's again, it's why you get so broken up for a guy like Tucker, who had shown what he could do at the FCS, came executed, played really well at the FBS, and then he goes out and he gets hurt. I don't know what the injury is, but you just hope that he's able to recover and give himself an option, right? Give himself that option of playing in the NFL someday.
And, you also going to look back on this season, I think, as wondering what if, right? Because of your 6 losses, 4 of them came by a total of 12 points. You lost by 3 at Ole Miss. You lost by 2 at Virginia. You lost by 3 at Oregon State in that maybe the most inexplicable loss of the season. And then you lost by 4 at James Madison. 2 of those teams are in the college football playoff, and Virginia maybe should have been if they would have just won their final game.
Yeah, I think if you take out the anomaly of the North Texas game, I think that you look at it as a success, even without that 3-point loss at Oregon State. I mean, if you had one of those 2 games, right, either one of those 2 games, you'd feel really, really good about the season.
Yeah.
We didn't get either one, and so that's tough.
Yeah. So 7-6 easily could have been a 9-4 or a 10-3 with the ball bounces your way just 1 or 2 more times during the course of the 60-minute games.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, and this is what I will remember about Coach Rogers. Is he came into a situation that wasn't great. And I think that the optics of what he was able to do this year at WSU, I think he was able to make this an attractive spot for other coaches to be, right? I don't know that we would have had our choice or had the interest that we had if we were coming off of a different type of season. But I think the fact that, I think what he was able to do this season was recognized on a national level, and I think that WSU was a spot that a lot of people wanted to come and coach.
Yeah, and so you're saying because they kind of held it together, right, in this last season of the Abyss with an independent schedule before you get back to playing in conference and being able to do what we did this year made it more attractive in that sense.
That's right. I think Coach Dickert, with kind of how he was able to kind of keep things pieced together for a couple years, what he was able to do this year, he was able to bring in 70 players. It wasn't like it was a secret. He was able to overcome some things. I think that kind of between the 2 of them, but I'll give Roger some credit here. I think what he was able to do this year through all those things helped put WSU on the map as a place that people want to be.
And I guess if you think about it in that same sense, Billy, the Cougs finished with 5 more wins than an Oregon State team who was in the same boat that we were. And sure, they hired a great coach, we think, in Coach Shepard, who was on Mike Leach's staff early in his tenure at WSU, and then came over from Alabama, where he'd been an assistant for the last few years. But he might have a bigger rebuilding job, depending on who each school retains here going into 2026. So I think that is a good point on your part for sure. All right, let's take our final timeout. When we return, Billy and I will look into our crystal ball and see what the 2026 season might tell us. Don't go away.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Check out the all-new SeattleRed.com.
This is not just a Seattle issue.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
You could have the same exact conversation in Everett or Tacoma.
Conservative analysis and opinion, original video content, and so much more. SeattleRed.com is a new experience for Seattle's conservative movement.
This is kind of a big deal for the future of the Pacific Northwest, really.
Visit the all-new SeattleRed.com. Jason Rantz on Fox News.
Jason, there seems to be a worldwide intifada.
It seems to me that progressives have three modes of talking about Jews.
And every afternoon, 3 to 7 on Seattle Red.
They'll talk about us after a tragedy like this and simply say that they condemn anti-Semitism without connecting the dots, that it's their rhetoric that's leading to the rise of violence against Jews.
Get exclusive content from Jason without the liberal spin. Only at SeattleRed.com.
Welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. Tim Gatos in for Jason Rantz today. Thanks for tuning in. You've been patient. You've been waiting, and here we are. We are live in studio. We don't do these Christmas week best ofs. Heck no. It's me. It's Jackson. We're going to be here, and we got a great program for you today. My goodness sakes. Coming up in a few minutes, we're going to have Jeremy Harris from Como News join us. He's going to be with us, and he's been covering this story you've probably heard. Jeanette Markin, a 75-year-old grandmother who is standing on the corner of 3rd Avenue in downtown Seattle, and a man came up behind her with a stick with a nail on the end of it. And the video, Jeremy just released the video, and it's been picking up across the country and world, quite honestly, as a shocked people are watching. His name is Pale Fea. Is that how you pronounce it? Just shocking to see him basically take it like a baseball bat, and she's not paying any attention. She doesn't know. She's just standing there waiting for the light to turn. Fale Peya is his name. Fale Peya, who has multiple felonies, multiple assaults. He's been booked 8 times this year alone. And he takes a swing and hits her with that nail and hits her right in the eye. Video shows her falling down and then looking around like, what just happened? And she was taken to the hospital, and she's lost her eye, is blind in her eye now. And it's just tragic. Jeremy Harris from Como, he's been tracking this story. We'll talk with him in a few minutes. We'll also talk with Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson's going to join us in studio. She has 9 days left in her term. We'll see what she's doing with her 9 days. I tell you, she's built different. She's built different than Bruce Harrell is. I haven't heard anything from Bruce since he lost first week in November. Sarah is continuing to do the work. She's passing legislation. I think you're going to be encouraged by her interview to hear what she's doing and what she wants to do in the future. You're going to hear some future plans from her, so that will be fun. But this is Christmas week, just a couple days out. Man, Jackson, I tell you, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Are you a big Christmas guy?
I love Christmas.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know what we're also going to get into? The Seattle Christmas Market. Mm-hmm. Have you heard about this? It's the 3rd year of the Seattle Christmas Market at Seattle Center. It's like a German-inspired market. If you've been to Europe, you know they have those Christmas markets, and they're just so much fun and festive. We haven't had a lot of those here. And this is the 3rd year of the Seattle Christmas Market. And it was started by a guy named, I don't want to butcher this, and I'm sure I will.
Mata
Klutz. And you got to say it, Klutz, like that. He's from Germany, but he moved to Seattle.
A friend of mine once told me, he speaks a little bit of German. He said there's no silent vowels in German. So if you see like an E at the end of a word, you pronounce it. So Malta.
Yeah. Every time I'm trying to talk a little German, I always remember that movie. Remember that movie from you're too young though. That movie Hot Shots. It was like one of Val Kilmer's first movies. It was one of those spoof type movies like Naked Gun.
I never really saw it, but I know what you're referring to. Yeah.
One of my favorite lines was they're in a restaurant and they're in Germany and he asks him do you know a little German? You know, wondering if he speaks a little German to order from the menu. He's like, yeah, I know a little German. And then he calls over this little small German who comes over. It's just, I love that. Oh my gosh. Hey, if you're heading to SeaTac Airport this week, it's going to be crazy down at SeaTac. Port of Seattle is saying, just make sure you get there early. Make sure you sign up for Sea Spot Saver, because the holiday travel rush is already underway, and they've got all of these projects, construction they're doing. And I don't know if you heard about this, but they're going to be building a brand new terminal at SeaTac Airport. So they've been renovating, they've been expanding. Of course, they've got the new Terminal C, Concourse C, which is going to be opening up. I guess it's a 3-level concourse now. I saw a picture of it the other day, and there's this like tree of life inside of it, this huge wooden tree. Did you see this?
No.
It's pretty cool. And they're going to have, this is what I'm excited about. They're going to have a Chili's there. I mean, if you're at an airport, you just got to have a Chili's. I mean, you just got to have one.
I don't know how RFK would feel about that, though.
I mean, why? He doesn't like Chili's?
Well, he's all about eating healthy. And
Chili's is not healthy?
I don't think
I mean, they've got salads. They've got, right? Love me a Chili's. They also got Buffalo Wild Wings going in as well. So it's going to be a great time. But they're also building a new terminal, which is going to add, I think they said about 27 gates to SeaTac Airport. So already SeaTac, I mean, we're at, I think, 51 million passengers for 2025 and up from just like 10 years ago, it was like 31 million. So we've almost doubled the amount of passengers in just a short time. Adding another 20 something gates is going to put that up into the 75 million passengers. I mean, this is crazy to think about. We're going to have that many people going through that small of an airport. But so if you're heading out there, which I will be on the 26th, I will be at SeaTac Airport. Get there early. The traffic is nuts. Thankfully, they just also opened up that new kind of that where Alaska is on the north end of the terminal, which has been closed for a long time. They just opened that recently. So that's a massive improvement. So that should be good. And I know, Jackson, you've got some big plans, right, for Christmas this year?
Yeah, it's kind of the same old. Every Christmas Eve, it's always like my mom's side of the family does a big thing at either like my parents' house or at my aunt and uncle's. This year, my aunt and uncle are hosting, so it'll be fun seeing that side of the family. And then Christmas Day is usually like me, my parents, my brother, and then my sister, brother-in-law, and my 2 nephews, and some of my brother-in-law's family. And then next week, I'm going down to my girlfriend's from St. Louis. That's where all her family is. So I'm going down there for like 6 days. For
You
New
mean
Year.
over there?
Or what?
Over there. You said down there. Is it down, St. Louis?
Yeah, it's south of here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, okay. So
we're pretty far north.
Yeah. So is this the first time you're going to be meeting them?
Oh, no. I've been many times.
Many times. Okay.
We've been dating a couple of years, so.
Okay. So this isn't one of those, oh man, like I want to get off to a good start and make a good impression.
It is the first time that our parents are meeting, though.
Oh, so your parents are going?
Yeah.
Your parents are going to St. Louis?
Yeah, for the first time, yeah.
Oh my goodness. That is next level.
Yeah, it is.
So what does preparation look like? How do you prep them to go there? What are you saying to them?
I don't think there really is much prep.
I mean, there's really you're not like, say, hey, don't mention this, or, don't bring that up, or don't talk about how I had my blanket until I was 7.
They've shown my girlfriend all the baby pictures and stuff already. I mean, we're a pretty open book in our family, so not too much anxiety about any of that, really.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
And my dad has no filter anyway, so what's the point of trying to...
Is that right?
Yeah.
So give me an example of what you think could happen when your dad is there with her family. Give us a real time, like this is probably going to happen.
I don't know. I mean, he might make some off-color joke, but her family's so chill, like I'm not that worried about it. Like I don't think they'll be offended.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
And can we take a step further? I mean, what's next for you? I mean, this is, they say popping the question at like Christmas time is like the most romantic thing you could do.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know my girlfriend listens sometimes, so I'm not going to say anything over the air.
Okay, sorry about that.
But,
oh my gosh.
It's possible.
It's okay. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to bring that up.
Oh,
yeah. Let's pivot from that and talk about low gas prices.
Well, we're coming up on a break, but we can do that next.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, it's Tim Gatos in for Jason Rantz today on the Jason Rantz Show. Stay with us. We're going to talk to Jeremy Harris from Como News right after this on Seattle Red.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it,
Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on Seattle Red, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered here on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, they just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you'd say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I'd go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Finally, conservatives in Seattle and the Pacific Northwest have a home dedicated to local news.
Seattle, Portland.
Conservative analysis and opinion.
Minimum wage restrictions, they're hit hard.
A new experience for Seattle's conservative movement. Tell your conservative friends about it. The all-new SeattleRed.com. Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO-FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastway, 33 BU Seattle.
A boost for the Navy. I'm Tom Rigotti, Fox News. President Trump is ordering a new generation of battleships. Fox's Jared Halpern reports.
The president says he has approved a plan for the Navy to build 2 new battleships. Each, President Trump says, the largest battleships ever made.
These are the best in the world. They'll be the fastest, the biggest, and by far 100 times more powerful than any battleship ever built.
President Trump says he expects a total of at least 10 Trump-class ships added to the fleet.
Our ships some of them have gotten old and tired and obsolete. And we're going to go the exact opposite direction.
President Trump says he's also ordering updates of aircraft carriers. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Trump announcing at Mar-a-Lago today that the U.S. plans to keep the nearly 2 million barrels of oil seized from a Venezuelan oil tanker in the Caribbean.
Maybe we'll use it in the strategic reserves. We're keeping it. We're keeping the ships also.
Trump says the U.S. might also sell the oil. The president also announced today that the administration is building a massive new fleet of ships, which he expects to be ready within 2 years. It comes as the administration continues to deploy Navy ships to target Venezuelan drug boats in the Caribbean. The Department of Education is now investigating Brown University to see if officials there violated safety rules.
Officials have questions about reports that emergency notifications were delayed, along with questions about a lack of security cameras at the building in which the shooting occurred. The university president, Christina Paxson, said after the suspect was found dead,
I think we need to look back. We'll look at everything that is done, but I do not think a lack of cameras in that building it had anything to do with what happened there.
The Rhode Island Attorney General had previously said this building was old and didn't have similar surveillance as other newer buildings on campus. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
America is listening to Fox News.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Folks! The yellow light! I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Tim Gatos in for Jason today. Thanks for being with us. Coming up later, we've got Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson in studio, who's going to share with her some of her next plans. That will be very great to talk to her. I shared here at the outset of the program about just the unbelievably horrific story that Jeremy Harris broke. Jeanette Markin, who's a 75-year-old grandmother, standing on the corner downtown Seattle, and Fale Peya, who is a multiple-time felon, was booked 8 times this year, took a stick with a screw or nail on the end of it and like a baseball bat just whacked her in the eye. I mean, one of the most horrific things you'll ever see. We've got Jeremy Harris here from Como News to talk with us and break this story down for us and the work that he's done on it. Jeremy, thanks for joining us.
Tim, it's so good to be with you. Thanks so much for having me. You're absolutely right. This is one of the most shocking videos I think I've ever seen in 12 years of covering crime. Now, Jeanette is just standing there. She's on 3rd Avenue. Is this, 3rd and Pine? Where's she standing in this video? So this is right outside the King County Courthouse right there at 3rd and James. So this is a known trouble spot. Anybody who's walked through there has probably seen some of the street disorder that goes on down there. There's a couple of homeless shelters and a drug treatment center on that block, but it's just been a trouble spot for years. Jeanette was working. She was picking up a food delivery order, and she was just standing there waiting to cross the street. And I mean, the video we have, which is actually from Seattle Police Real-Time Crime Center, I mean, it shows everything. I mean, you see this man who police identify as Fale Peya. He's sort of milling about a little closer to the courthouse. And as you said, Tim, he walks right up, just like a baseball bat, 2 hands, swings, and hits her right in the face. And this weapon he's using, it's not just a stick. It's like got a screw through the tip of it, and then there's a nut on the end of the screw, and that's what actually went through her eye. So the horrific nature of it is just awful. And when I opened these videos on Friday, when I got them through a public records request, I knew it was going to be bad because we did know the basic outline from police. But when I saw the video, I just gasped. But then you watch the body camera video, and it's obvious these cops already know who he is. They knew him by name. Without even having one of the cops knew him by name without even knowing who'd been arrested. So he was an obvious frequent flyer, and they said he was notorious for random assaults downtown. And Jeremy, you also mentioned in your reporting that the police or others in that area are like, oh, yeah, he basically does these random assaults to people and usually just hits them. And he apparently, someone said, well, he just, I guess, stepped up his actions with this grandmother who's 75 years old. Yeah, exactly. The police officer told one of the paramedics, normally this guy's a puncher, but today he escalated beyond that. And I think that's really what is just making people so angry about the story is, how can it be that there is somebody who is known to police to randomly attack people downtown Seattle, and he's just allowed to be out there, and to the point where now he's accused of this barbaric attack that blinded this poor 75-year-old Jeanette. And I think that's where people are demanding answers, and we're not hearing any much of a response from city leadership on this. And listen, it's one thing, listen, random crime does happen, but this is a pattern on 3rd Avenue. It's not the first time I've covered violence, not even on this corner. We covered a case of a man who was shoved into a door across the street, and he was then beaten to death. That was back in 2023. That case is still pending in court. We've covered a lot of just random street disorder, and we have heard for years city leaders promise we're going to clean it up. We're going to string lights across 3rd Avenue and hope that the problems go away. And I think some things have been better. Maybe there's a little bit less some of the drug use going on 3rd and Pike, but really, how far off are we where this guy is just able to walk down the street with a weapon and blind this poor woman?
Jeremy, I've long thought that there has to be at some time a moment where what you would call a shock the conscience moment or a smelling salt moment where it kind of allows our elected officials and people who kind of buy into this ideology to just be woken up and be like, man, whatever we're doing is not working, and it's actually hurting innocent, vulnerable people. I kind of thought this might be that moment, because when you talk about vulnerable people, I mean, here's a senior citizen, a grandmother, and I think we want to protect these people, and yet here we are, and I'm looking at the Seattle Times. I just went on 30 seconds ago just to confirm that there's no reporting. I've seen zero reporting from the Seattle Times on this. I've seen zero comment from our mayor about this. And I'm kind of aghast right now, Jeremy, that something like this would not, again, going back to what I said, shock the conscience.
And Tim, I think the story really is starting to get legs. I've been contacted by a couple of national outlets today. I know that other people are getting the video, and I think this story is going to grow, especially with the shocking video. And, we edited out the actual part where she gets hit in the face, but you see before and after. I think that video is probably, the raw video is going to be out there. Her family was adamant to me. They said, it shouldn't be our mother's responsibility to know what parts she can and can't walk in this city.
Yeah, you think?
And I think that's where we're missing. Any person should be able to walk down that street and not have to live in fear of some sort of a random attack like this. And I would love to see some city leaders stand up. I was talking to a Seattle police officer today, and he said, thank you for doing this story. Thank you for putting this out there in the way that you did. And he's like, you really got to look at the layers of the criminal justice system, because Fale has been arrested repeatedly by Seattle police this year for assault and weapons and drugs and all of these things, and none of them really rose to the felony level. But we see a pattern of somebody who's obviously escalating. And one thing the officer told me is sometimes we will get our cases rejected because the prosecutors think, well, we're not going to get a conviction on this case, so we're not even going to charge it, or the judge is releasing that person almost immediately. So there really is a systemic breakdown. And if this person has drug addiction or mental health problems, maybe jail's not the right place for him, but certainly the right place for him is not just to be walking up and down 3rd Avenue.
Oh, my gosh. We're talking to Jeremy Harris from Como News, who broke this story of Jeanette Markin. Jeremy, you said the King County prosecuting attorneys said none of his prior arrests from this year, and he's been booked 8 times this year, were referred for felony charges. And I think you reached out. I also reached out to Seattle City Attorney. I didn't hear anything. Have you heard anything?
I didn't hear back from the city attorney's office today. I'd emailed them on Friday before our story aired. What I was hoping to get from them is, have you guys been rejecting the cases that are coming in from SPD? Are you not getting them? Trying to figure out really what the breakdown was in this. But it's really, from the court records, and you can see this reflected in the charging documents, he's had assault cases in 24, several in 23, 2020. Back in 2011, he stabbed someone 8 times in SeaTac, was arrested and charged for that. He was ultimately sentenced to community custody. I don't know that he even did a day in prison for that case. So this is somebody with a very lengthy criminal history. And he's walking around downtown with this stick that has the screw through the end of it. And, as somebody who lives downtown, you see this type of stuff on a regular basis. You see somebody who just looks like they're out of their mind, and you sort of hold your breath and hope that you're not the one that they choose to go after. And in this case, it was poor Jeanette. I mean, this poor woman, 75 years old. She has a wonderful family. I spoke with her sons. She did not deserve to be the victim of this crime. And it's somewhat frustrating to me that we're not hearing more energy behind standing up and saying, Jeanette did not deserve this. What can we do to prevent this from happening to someone else? And what's going to be done to get accountability? Now, the suspect, I will say, is $1 million bail. He's in the King County Jail. But this is a pattern that I see, Tim. It's low-level stuff, massive crime, huge bail, prison sentence for years. And it would be great if we could intervene before it gets to that point, because these are lives that are torn apart by this type of stuff.
Oh, my goodness. So, Jeremy, as awful as it is to watch this video, it's necessary. It is absolutely critical. And maybe you got pushback from people of like, oh, Jeremy, that's salacious or whatever it is. And maybe you didn't, but I'm very grateful you did, because unless we really see what's happening on our streets, we can't change. And we've got to change what's happening. And again, when you see this video, it's like, who are we as a society that we're allowing this? Our elected officials are allowing this, pure and simple, in my opinion.
And I think it opens the door to that conversation of, okay, if jail is not the right venue for this person, then what is? Is there a forced treatment? Is there some inpatient thing, something where, this person is protected from their own reckless actions, but by God, we've got to protect innocent people out in the community. And we've just seen this sort of pattern over and over, Tim, and I know you and I have talked about this, where there's obvious red flags, obvious warning signs. There is a massive threat. This person is a danger. And yet they're just sort of allowed to roam around on the street until they commit a crime that is so serious that we send them to prison. And I think that's where I hope that the presentation of this story will go, is driving that conversation forward. The next step in the case, Tim, is going to be, he's going to be in court this week or early next week for a competency hearing, and we'll see, maybe he'll get sent down to Western State Hospital. I don't know if his defense attorney is going to ask for release, but we're definitely going to have eyes on this case all the way through.
Yeah, appreciate you tracking this, watching this. Let me ask you, this is a little bit of a pivot question, because you mentioned his bail's $1 million, and I'm thinking about the truck driver who just killed John Pearson from Auburn, who had an illegal truck driver license. We're hearing all these stories now, right? And it was down on Highway 167 in Auburn, and he rammed right into him, killed this father of two, vehicular homicide. He only had $100,000 bail, which he posted, and now is free, and who knows where he is now. Is that one you're tracking too? I mean, why would this one be $1 million and that one would only be $100,000?
Oh, and you're right, and I am tracking that case really closely. In fact, as far as charges have not been filed in that case, and it's been now at least a week and a half, so I'm wondering if the prosecutors are looking at that and trying to see if they've met their burden to prove vehicular homicide. That's what he was arrested and booked for. So my understanding is if it passes that filing deadline, he's probably been refunded his bail if he posted it. And so he's probably at this point off any sort of conditions. That one it's a really important case, because what we're seeing out on the highways is just appalling and really reckless behavior. And so I know prosecutors have a high bar when it comes to these vehicular homicide cases. They have to prove quite a bit. But yeah, vehicular homicide, $100,000 bail. That's why I was not necessarily surprised by that amount. That would probably be typical for vehicular homicide. You're right. There's a big discrepancy, $1 million versus $100,000. I think some of it goes back to the facts of the case, prior criminal history, things like that, when they're looking at setting a bail. But the CDL stuff, Tim, such an important issue right now. That guy who caused the pileup down in Lacey a couple weeks ago, I've been reporting on that and just got some new documents. He was pulled off the road by the Highway Patrol back in an early November, and then a month later he's back on the road and he caused a massive pileup with a school bus. So really serious issues with the CDL stuff too, now that you brought it up.
And you're tracking, I believe, we had a Washington State Patrol trooper, Tara Marissa Gooding, who was struck and killed
Yes.
by a driver who, when I was reading the story, and originally they interviewed the person who hit her, and they said they found no cause to keep them or, do anything and let them go. And now they're saying, well, we're looking for another vehicle now. What's going on here?
Yeah, that's such a tragic case, and my heart just goes out to the State Patrol family right now, and of course Trooper Guting's family, who's coming in from Hawaii, and her dear husband, who also works for the State Patrol. Listen, this is going to be a real sensitive case, and the facts are going to be really delicate, and there's a lot that we don't know about what happened on the freeway that night. We did hear from the State Patrol early on, and they said, yes, the driver who initially hit her stopped and stayed on scene. It sounds like the second car that hit her then fled, and that's the car that they're looking for, that black Chevy Avalanche or Cadillac Escalade truck. They're looking for that person right now, but there's just so many unanswered questions in what happened in Trooper Guting's death. I would just urge everyone to really be cautious, because there's so much that we don't know at this point, and that investigators are trying to sort out. It's just way too early to know exactly what happened there. And at least on initial brush, that first driver who hit her, the State Patrol allowed that person to leave the scene that night and didn't find and if they had found impairment, if they had found any sort of excess speed that was obvious to them, they would have probably arrested him right then and there. And that didn't happen, but it's really, really early on this one.
Yeah. Jeremy Harris from Como News. Hey, I appreciate you. You're doing a great job. I'm glad you're here in Seattle. You're one of the best in the business. Keep it up.
Tim, thank you. As I always said, you're always great to talk to for my story, so I want to return the favor, so thanks for having me on.
Yeah, appreciate it. Keep at it, and hope you have a great holiday.
You as well, Tim. We'll see you.
All right. It's Jeremy Harris from Como News, tracking some of the most important stories here in our region. And oh, my goodness, I'm just sick to my stomach about Jeanette Markin, and man, our hearts, prayers to her family, and just really hope that she can heal and enjoy this time of year. And again, thanks to Jeremy for joining us. We'll get into, we're going to have Sarah Nelson on with us next hour, and we're going to talk to her about this and just get her thoughts on this. What is happening with the judges in our town, in our country? There needs to be some level of accountability. If you did let someone out, release someone who is a clear and present danger to the community, who has been booked 8 times in 1 year, has stabbed people multiple times, that person's a clear and present danger. And to let them out on our streets is not right. And there needs to be something. I think we need to do a new segment on the show called the Judge Spotlight of the Week. And we need to start spotlighting these judges who are creating clear and present danger to our community. Because a lot of times they don't have accountability. There needs to be a spotlight on these judges who are doing that. We'll talk about that later. It's Tim Gatos in for Jason Rantz on the Jason Rantz Show. It's Seattle Red, 770 AM.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
All right, here's a quick confession. The reason Nick, my wife, is going to Longevity Medical Clinic is because why?
I got sick of watching you sleep at night when I was awake.
Wait a minute. Wait. Here's what would happen. I'd be asleep because I've got my hormones balanced, thanks to Longevity Medical Clinic. I'm asleep, and then Nick would go, "Are you asleep? Are you sleeping? That's not fair. I can't sleep." I'm like, "So you're going to wake me up?"
Yes, because I didn't want you to have more energy than I would the next day, and I was up all night.
So what did I say to you? I said, so go to the Longevity Medical Clinic. Do the same thing I did. Get your hormones balanced. You'll sleep better, right?
And I did.
Right. You don't have to wake me up anymore and go, it's not fair that you're sleeping.
I know.
But didn't you see that it wasn't fair that you were waking me up?
Yes, because now you're the one taking the dogs out because I'm still asleep in the morning.
So we're both getting good night's sleep. We're both getting lots of energy, and we're happy.
You want me to tell you why? Because my hormones are now balanced.
Okay, I don't want to hear about your hormones right now. So be like Nick and get a free health analysis at lmclinic.com. That's lmclinic.com.
Bonneville Seattle and Seattle Red are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 East Lake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington, 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
If you need security for your event or business, contact Security Services Northwest. From armed and unarmed officers to advanced remote monitoring, they've been doing it all since 1977. Go to ssnwhq.com for Security Services Northwest.
Jason Rantz on Fox News.
Have you seen restaurant closures in Seattle? They're happening nonstop.
And every afternoon, 3 to 7 on Seattle Red.
They're struggling with Washington state cost mandates. Feels like we get a new one that's announced that's a pretty major restaurant closure every single week. They again raised the minimum wage to over $21, and at the same time, they took away the tip credit.
Get exclusive content from Jason without the liberal spin. Only at SeattleRed.com. The Jason Rantz Show.
All right, let's break it down with Seattle radio host and author Jason Rantz.
Jason, if I didn't know you, my first question would be, do you make these stories up?
No, they accepted this proposal. I guess it's a measure of how much they really don't like Trump, isn't it?
Long form.
Hey, I want to welcome you back to the program today. Thanks for tuning in and being with us. Joining me now, the founder of We Heart Seattle, Andrea Suarez, who, Andrea, it used to be called We Love Downtown. What was the original name of We Heart?
Gosh, it lasted about all of a couple weeks.
Yeah.
When we cleaned up Denny Park, as you know, and this is how you and I met back in 2020. Everybody around Seattle was calling me about their park and their garbage. And I said, well, we can't just be about downtown. We changed the name immediately from I Heart Downtown Seattle to We Heart
That's right.
Seattle.
That's right. Okay. And here you are 5 years later. And I tell you, there's a story that's getting a lot of attention. And I think even getting some national attention with the Seattle version of, quote, Hamsterdam. Right in Belltown, the corner of First and Blanchard, there's an abandoned apartment building. This is really standing out as a symbol of the drug crisis that we are experiencing right now. It was a vibrant property listed for sale at $3.8 million, and then became squatters' heaven. And we've got open drug use, squatters, stolen goods. I mean, we just got the full meal deal here. And give us kind of the inside baseball of what's happening with this. And could this be used as something that's like, okay, folks, we've got to do something. Like this is just the way we're doing it. It's not working. Could this be that linchpin moment?
Yeah, and so background-wise, SODA, stay out of drug area zones, were created last year with much controversy. I liked the idea because it gave police tools to arrest for priors if people were using in certain areas like Bell Street Park, downtown, and other high traffic areas. So at surface, yes, something. Let's move the needle in a direction where police officers have tools. The unintended consequence is that somebody gets sandwiched. Some street somewhere is the cutoff, right, where you're in between these zones. And Blanchard Street was the street. And there's Italian restaurants on the block. There's Taco Del Mar. There's residential buildings, a sushi place. And so these guys are all sandwiched in this street. I called it Amsterdam. For those of you back in the 90s watched The Wire, it was a place that, the Baltimore police said, go there. If you're using drugs and doing your business there, we'll kind of leave you alone. That didn't really work well here in downtown Seattle because it's just too vibrant, and it's still downtown, my home block of Bell Street and Blanchard. And neighbors, were like, that's where I used to live. That's where I bought my diamond ring. In fact, I bought my husband's ring there. It used to be a beautiful jewelry store as well. And now it's a tobacco shop that sells methamphetamine pipes. It's really sad to see what happened.
So what are you hearing from the city in regards to this? Because this really, it feels like we don't have a mayor right now. I think ever since Bruce lost, I think he's just on sabbatical, and I honestly don't know who's running the city right now. But what are you hearing from the city?
So the crew chief, city stakeholders, I had reached out and said, hey, look, I'm going to go in. I'm going to use social media to bring attention to this building. People are coming and going, stolen goods. It was filled with broken plumbing, stolen goods, tents, drugs, you name it. It was a revolving door. And my city stakeholder friends and neighbors said, go for it. We've been trying to get attention on it for months. Well, this, my friends, is the power of social media, because I went in, did a video, it went viral, and guess what? 48 hours later, there was an emergency work ticket for the inspector division to come in and board it up. So our city tax dollars ultimately went in on an emergency work order that the building was a big danger for the block. I asked the crew chief what gives, what was the delay, and he told me it was really just a finger-pointing match between the landlord, the property management, the city. But the drug activity is so untenable. Whose fault is it, right? Same with empty lots that become nuisance properties where the landowners are like, look, it's not my problem we have this untenable drug crisis happening outside my front door. Not enough cameras or fencing or boarded up windows can really keep motivated people out. So ultimately, the city ended up boarding it up. Again, thanks to a lot of discussion that was happening on Nextdoor, X, Facebook, people were becoming outraged. And when we went inside and actually showed what was going on in there, I think that was a tipping point. And so now it's a archive of this beautiful historic community. It's boarded up, and there's a tobacco shop as the final retail. Again, I went in there and I bought a methamphetamine pipe to just sort of show, like, look, this is what we're doing now. Our retailers are now drug paraphernalia retailers. Just absolutely sad, heartbreaking.
Well, let's break this down a little bit. Why do you think, Andrea, let's just forget the niceties. Let's forget any, political ideology talk that people like to have, and let's just get down to brass tacks. Why are our elected officials completely unwilling to acknowledge what's happening and pivot, detour, do something different than what's been going on? I mean, clearly when they're laying in their bed at night all by themselves, right? They know that not everything, but they know that most things that we're doing are not working, right? I mean, having our Department of Health give free drug supplies out to people does not work, right? The whole system that we've built. Why do you think at the end of the day, when they're all alone in their beds and they know that these policies and the ideology is a failure and it's actually hurting more and more, not only hurting these people, but it's hurting our community. Why is there no willingness to acknowledge and pivot?
Well, the inexplicable really is, I'm kind of starting to just lean on this good versus bad, light versus dark, higher powers at play, Tim, because I'm running out of explanations other than this is a war out of our hands, in many ways. And so we've beat the dead horse. We've talked about, policy positions and people being fearful of the blowback. I mean, Council President Sarah Nelson told me herself, we are far from camping bans. We are far from where we need to be because of the blowback. And politicians just don't want people showing up at their door, doxing them, picketing them. Until we really show and put on display, which is my direct action, is using social media to put on display, is this really what you're voting for? And when the new city attorney says things like, I'm not going to enforce the soda soap zones or open air use of drugs because drug users are people too. And, they're using drugs because of trauma and they're dealing drugs because they can't get any other job because they're undocumented and we're pro-immigration. And there's just like this whole ecosystem of social justice, voyeurism at play that are just kind of kicking the butt of pragmatic, common sense people. And it is inexplicable, and blood is on their watch, cities, ruined, blocks ruined.
So am I hearing you say that they're like one of the primary reasons that they're not acknowledging or pivoting is fear? I mean, what you're describing is that they're basically fearful for the ramifications or consequences that could come from obviously this kind of far left activist wing that obviously will, enact, violence and, other things. So is that what percentage do you think is that?
I mean, again, from the sitting council president's mouth and it wasn't until she lost her race that she got up there and passed legislation around defunding handing out foil and glass pipes. That kind of came and went in the news cycle kind of quickly. Unfortunately, I think it should have been a bigger story. Certainly the Seattle Times didn't cover it. I wrote an op-ed. I wrote even like this sort of like, look what Sarah Nelson did op-ed. I can't get it published there. But she kind of, now that she's lost, she's saying, I'm going to get that legislation passed. She's working on stuff with, how you use your political consultant when you're elected and how that is corrupt and unfair. And so she started doing some things, after she lost her race, which goes to show that while you're sitting and trying to get reelected, our politicians are constantly chasing that progressive vote, and our moderates got slaughtered. And they've got to come back to the center and not lose those votes because people voted differently this race, wrote people in. I mean, for Mayor Harrell to lose by 2,000 votes is just pure, just like laziness. I'm not sure he even really wanted to be reelected the way he was running his campaign. So. But yeah, it's fear, it's blowback. Activists are nasty. They'll vandalize your building. They'll throw windows at you. They'll shut your business down. Look what's happening to flock camera. Literally every flock camera system in King County is being taken down because the activists are using and weaponizing what should be an incredible public safety deterrent and crime solver tool in the name of their, pro-immigration, hate Trump effort.
Do you foresee there being a moment in time, definitely not probably in the next 4 years with, Katie Wilson as mayor, but is there a time that you see that this sort of behavior that we've basically as a city, we've basically said you can do that sort of thing that you're describing? Like we've acquiesced to the loudest, most hateful voices, right? We've basically said we're going to allow you to do that kind of thing, right? We're going to allow you to bully. We're going to allow you to even enact violence. We're going to allow you to do all these things. So we've basically normalized that kind of behavior. Do you foresee any time where we basically just say, you know what, we're done with that? Like we're not gonna allow that any longer, because that doesn't create a healthy, peaceful society.
Well, and again, I think after Sarah lost her race, she was pushing legislation to be able to close chambers under certain circumstances because it was so disruptive. I think part of why Kathy Moore stepped down. These people banging on their windows, calling you names, showing up in costume. When are we going to have legislation and law and enforcement of bullying and harassment? I mean, it's going to take a strong leader. Please, Katie Wilson, surprise us. Please. So far, so good. She sounded a little pragmatic. She kept our chiefs in place. She said good things about the contract for the police. I'm pleased what is happening at the federal level. Maybe there'll be some trickle down there with Trump giving cover, things like, hello, fentanyl is now a weapon of mass destruction. Thank you, President Trump. We are closing our borders. Overdose deaths are down. I do not see as many dealers on our block. People are getting help because it's getting harder to get high. I mean, there's some movement going in the right direction. Bellevue's doing things like harder penalties for retail theft associated with drug addiction. San Francisco's doing the same thing. Follow Mayor Lurie, San Francisco's mayor, recovery first. Everything San Francisco's doing right now is where we could be right now. And I just keep telling Katie Wilson's campaign, I sent my resume, I sent my letter, I applied, I said I'm here.
What did you apply for?
I said I want to be your homeless services director.
What'd they say?
The gold. No, nothing. Lots of resumes came in. I did reach out to John Scholes, Lisa Dugard, and Aaron Goodman because they are on her Public Safety and Parks Committee. And I was like, yoo-hoo, I might know something about parks. So
what'd John say?
John Cricket, Lisa Dugard said, thanks for reaching out. We'll keep you in mind. So that was a friendly response. And, I'm here, like private-public collaboration. We are doing, work orders all over the city. You might as well know about it. Bob Kettle calls me on a weekly basis. He's using us as a tool, as is Joy Hollingsworth and others. It's like, you got to let go of your ego and let we also don't have to wait for the federal administration to make a move on how they're funding housing first or not. That's kind of getting dismantled. There's a lot of noise in that corner as well. People have this $40 million at stake, and they need to pivot to be recovery-oriented programs that have an end goal of self-sufficiency. So, like, all of that's happening right now. And it's like, why do you have to wait for anybody to do the right thing? Just start changing your program to require people talk about their substance abuse disorder. Like, start today. Yep. You don't have to wait for where the money is going to go in 6 months or whatnot. But Seattle, Washington, and this county is so deep, deep, deep blue and deeply anti-federal administration that they will vote the farthest thing away, and why we're seeing Democratic socialists win. As you all know, I ran last year against Sean Scott and got slaughtered. Ann Davidson got slaughtered. What happened in New York? It's frightening, and I hope this is a temporary experiment once again, and we can get back on our feet here in 4 years. And we should start recruiting candidates right now.
We're talking to Andrea Suarez, founder of We Heart Seattle. Take a quick break. We'll be right back on KTTH Seattle Red.
Seattle, this is Mark Levin, and I could not be more excited or more proud to be part of Seattle Red. I know being a proud conservative in Seattle isn't always easy, but now you have an ally. Seattle Red is the bold voice Seattle and the Pacific Northwest needs, reaching more people across multiple platforms and changing hearts and minds. I'm doing my part with the Mark Levin Show every weeknight from 8 to 11. Join us at Seattle Red on 770, seattlered.com, and the Seattle Red app.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on Seattle Red, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered here on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and the results can last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. Using your own natural hair, Advanced Hair can restore your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning. All backed by Advanced Hair's guarantee. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Bring in Jason Rantz, Seattle Red 770 AM host, and also SeattleRed.com. Jason, great to have you with us.
Jason, Seattle is just continually ground zero.
Yeah, and this is really the Pacific Northwest is ground zero for all this nonsense.
USA Today is mocking the far left.
The quick hit.
We're talking to Andrea Suarez, founder of We Heart Seattle. Take a quick break. We'll be right back on KTTH Seattle Red. Welcome back to the program. Thanks for being with us. Talking to Andrea Suarez, founder of We Heart Seattle. Andrea, in the last couple minutes we've got here, I wanted to ask you, it's interesting. The story that you have, there was a Seattle Times editorial story regarding, the bikes that were stolen and just, I was interacting with, was that Alex Mayer or Fryer who wrote that?
Fryer.
Mm-hmm. He and I were interacting on email over that story, and we had some good conversation. It was interesting because, of course, here we are. Does the normal Seattleite see the duplicity when it comes to like, hey, let's spend tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars on bike lanes, but then let's basically let everyone have their bikes stolen very easily, right? I mean, I've had multiple bikes stolen over my tenure here, and most people have, and good luck. You're never going to find it again because there's dozens of chop shops around here. But, it's just fascinating to me, right, that we will spend millions on bike lanes, and yet we'll basically say, well, but we're not going to protect your bikes, and we're going to let there just be this crazy underground, bike stolen shop thing happening. The interesting thing about that, Andrea, too, that I was talking with Alex about was, and I asked him, I said, Alex, do you find it interesting that there's this whole cyclical doom loop that's happening? Because the gentleman who you were part of that story, this guy who, either steals bikes or he sells bikes, and he's got taxpayer funded housing, right? And he has all of these.
Story.
What's that?
That's the story. Like, Alex should have followed up on that story, that the guy that knew all about the stolen bikes and was taking up a half block running his chop shop that fully gave us the whole story, because he and I have a long history on the streets together. And he's like, I have housing. And I'm like, why is that not a huge story that there's no accountability when we get people indoors? And then I've always said, by putting people indoors does not stop crime. You actually enable the crime to flourish. Now they got a place to store their tools,
What?
And
I mean, that's the crazy thing that I asked Alex, and I said, Alex, how come you and others are not looking into and basically giving voice to the fact that we are the taxpayers are paying for people to steal from us, right? I mean, that's what we're doing.
It's true.
In that story, right? I mean, the taxpayers are paying for his housing so that he can be on his feet enough to steal our bikes and then sell them, right? And if you look into this and you see the amount of how many just criminals, right, that we are basically paying to live for free and then basically steal back from us and steal from stores and steal from property owners and all of that. I mean, this is happening constantly, and no one talks about it. Nobody talks about it. Why is that the case?
I'll go to stand outside the big Plymouth Housing Gala, and I'm like, but they still are on drugs, and they steal from us all day. The story also that didn't make the bike story was our friend Red I said, so what's your drug of choice? And he says, oh, I'm taking everything. I'm just highly functional. I go, how are you specifically supporting your habit? He goes, for me, he's definitely into the bike thing, but he goes, I mostly car prowl. Just straight up admitted, car prowl. So all those smashed windows, all those tourists that get their backpacks stolen and their laptops, they go right into Plymouth Housing there on Stewart as an example. I mean, the residents there are all ripping us all off all day long. The residents will tell you that. You can tell by the perimeter. It's why people don't want them in their neighborhoods, because you're warehousing drug addicts. I mean, how are these executive directors and these funders laying their head down at night in good conscience?
I have completely changed my view. I mean, 10 years ago, I loved Plymouth Housing. I knew and still know many of the executives there, the old CEO. They do their big gala, the Seattle dances, and they try to make it like this, a thing, right? They want it to be, an it thing. And Plymouth over the years has been like, oh yeah, they're very well respected and reputable. I've got a couple of friends who are doing the Seattle dances thing this year. And I told one of them, I just said, you realize Plymouth is not, I don't know if it's not what it used to be, but it certainly is a different beast than it was when it started. And to your point, 20, 30 years ago, they did a lot of great work, and now I think they've completely capitulated to the ideology of we're just going to house drug addicts and basically let them do whatever they want and not have any accountability for them. If we want to help them, they need to be accountable, right? I mean, look what's happened. The story of Rob Reiner and his son, that unfortunately is just such a tragic tale of our ideology. And now I don't know all the details of it, but from a 30,000 foot view, it certainly looks like he was allowed to do whatever he wanted to do. And his addiction got worse and worse and worse. He went to rehab and in and out of rehab, but really he probably should have spent a lot of time in jail, in prison, and really tried to sober up, but he was given whatever he wanted. And there was no accountability in his life. And that's what's happening on our streets. We don't really want to help people. We just want to let them do whatever they want to do.
Yep. Schellenberger wrote a very powerful piece on, for those listening, check out Michael Schellenberger's Substack, because he wrote about, they did not need to be murdered by their schizophrenic, drug-addicted son. The system failed him. And I hear it for years. I can't get my kid help. They won't keep him in long enough. Whether they're a drug addict, a bulimic, the diseases, we're just letting everybody out when they need help, long-term help, with locked doors. And parents are frustrated. I feel for these parents who lose their children to the streets.
But here's the thing. Can I add, and I don't want to get super controversial here, but I'm going to for a second. So the statement from their two other children, and I said that I showed this to my wife the other day when I saw it. And the statement was, obviously we're so sad, and obviously it is unbelievably sad and tragic. My goodness. But they said our parents were our best friends. And at one degree, that's unbelievably meaningful, right? And special. And so there's parts of that I don't want to impugn, but there's other parts of that it make me question and ask, okay, what did that look like, right? If the parents treated them as their best friends and didn't actually parent them, right? Like their job was, what does that then look like, right? If they wanted to be their best friends versus their parents, what did that look like? And I'm just asking the questions because I see that a lot in parenting today. Parents want to be their best friend and not actually parent them.
Well, and that's why I love programs like Battlefield Addiction. That's a family first rehab with recovery housing, is they work with the families and they teach them how to work with their addicted child, what it means to set boundaries, tough love. You love them, but you got to let them, you've got to, kind of good cop, bad cop with parents. And, it's challenging. And we certainly don't know that economics plays a role, right? I mean, addiction and mental illness faces all classes, all income levels. It's not about being from, poverty-stricken communities. And we see it all the time here on the streets. But we just, it's just the lenient, permissive, live and let live, bodily autonomy, hands off, person-centered care. It's all coming out of the academics on, how we treat people with such severe disabilities. And these deaths and these tragedies are avoidable. We've just got to turn this ship around and go back to basics, how we grew up, right, Tim?
Yeah.
I mean, I spent large time of my childhood grounded and without dessert because I was not doing my homework. I'll just leave it at that.
Andrea Suarez.
Accountability. We canceled accountability, but thank you for having me on, and Merry Christmas to y'all.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Andrea. Great to talk to you. Thanks for taking the time.
All right. Good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey, grateful to have you with us today. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate you being with us on the Jason Rantz Show today. Tim Gatos in for Jason. And trust you have a great evening. Take care.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz, weekdays 3 to 7 right here on Seattle Red. Thank you for making 2025 such a huge year. This year, we launched Seattle Red and SeattleRed.com with one goal, to give conservatives in Seattle a place to get the news without the liberal spin. And judging by your response, you've been waiting for exactly that. We're just getting started. 2026 is going to be even bigger as we keep pushing back, telling the truth, and standing up for conservative values. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from all of us here at Seattle Red.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's a cold winter night and your furnace dies. Don't let this happen to you. If your system's 12 years or older, upgrade now to a Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning system from Home Comfort Alliance and stay warm. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Put my luxurious marketing to work for you and save thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. Visit upgraderealty.com. Upgraderealty.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. According to the National Safety Council, holiday periods consistently see an increase in serious and sometimes deadly car crashes. In all of the holidays throughout the year, between Thanksgiving and New Year's, it remains the most dangerous. More cars on the road, more distractions, more impaired drivers, and the risks go up fast. Herald Car Law Offices, they want you to stay safe this holiday season. Don't text and drive. If you're celebrating, use a designated driver. And if you, a family member, or a friend ever ends up on the side of the road after an accident, first focus on protecting yourself. Move to a safe place if you can, and take every precaution available while waiting for help. Once you're safe, call the Herald Car Law Offices. Find them at carlaw.com. Car is spelled with 2 R, C-A-R-R. They're going to help you navigate what comes next, including dealing with insurance and pursuing the recovery you need for both your health and your finances. The Herald Car Law Offices. Car is spelled with 2 R, C-A-R-R. Carlaw.com. Car accident? Call CAR.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hurry, time's running out. Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select steel tools. Shop online or in store.
We are Seattle Red. Learn how Seattle Red is amplifying the conservative movement in Seattle at SeattleRed.com. Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
A manhunt underway in Georgia. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. Authorities in Georgia are looking for 3 inmates who escaped from a county jail, one said to be extremely dangerous.
The 3 men, Stevenson Charles, Yusuf Minor, and Maud Yohannes, could not be found during a routine check at the DeKalb County Jail. Authorities are trying to determine the exact circumstances of the escape. Of particular concern to local police and federal marshals is Stevenson Charles, who is serving a life sentence. He has been charged with murder, aggravated assault, and committing sex acts on a child, among other counts. Yusuf Minor and Maud Yohannes face charges ranging from armed robbery to arson. All 3 are considered dangerous and may be armed. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The Trump administration ramping up its effort to ban sanctioned oil tankers in and out of Venezuela, escalating pressure on President Nicolas Maduro's government. Fox's Madison Scarpino.
The Coast Guard and the War Department are working to seize a third oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. Video from Saturday shows a Coast Guard special reaction team fast roping aboard a tanker from a U.S. Navy helicopter. And while the Trump administration isn't backing down on its aggressive actions against Venezuela, and there is bipartisan opposition to the Maduro regime, there are some critics. Meanwhile, the Russian government is pledging full support of Venezuela amid all this.
The administration says they're also cracking down on drug trafficking in the Caribbean, the Pentagon increasing its naval presence in the region. Today, President Trump announced a new shipbuilding effort. He says the U.S. will make a series of warships known as the Golden Fleet.
These are the best in the world. They'll be the fastest, the biggest, and by far 100 times more powerful than any battleship ever built.
President making the announcement at his Mar-a-Lago estate in South Florida. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Liz Klayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The major averages kicking off the short trading week higher on renewed AI optimism and rate cut hopes, and as gold and silver prices touch record levels. The Magnificent Seven big tech stocks are mostly higher, with shares of Tesla up over 1.5% and hitting an all-time high. The Dow up 228 points, the Nasdaq higher by 121, S&P 500 up 44. And shares of both Uber and Lyft rose over 2% after announcing plans to bring robo-taxi services to London next year in separate partnerships with Chinese tech giant Baidu. Instacart is scrapping all price tests following customer pushback to a report that said that the online shopping platform charged different prices for the same items. Shares of its parent company Maple Bear fell 2% on the news. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN.
Hey, welcome back to the program. Thanks so much for being here. Tim Gatos here, and we are so excited to have Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson for 9 more days.
I can't do that math, so I'm glad you did. Hello. Thanks for having me on.
Well, I'll tell you, it's great to talk to you. Great to see you. Great to see you in good spirits. The old phrase that the best is yet to come, I think certainly is apropos right now, because I think the best is yet to come for you, though you're done in 9 days. I think it's kind of the way I've always seen even my life of like, I'm going to be doing different things in different seasons of life, but it all kind of is encompassed under the same umbrella of hopefully being a faithful presence and service to our city. And so whatever it is that you're going, and we'll get into this here in a second in terms of some of your next steps or what you're thinking, but I think it all is going to be under that same umbrella that you've been a faithful presence and a faithful servant to our city. So thanks for all that you do.
Well, thank you very much for that acknowledgement or thanking me. Your statement that the best is yet to come, I have to say I don't, in case you were going to ask, I do not know what that looks like, but we assign meaning to everything that happens to us in our lives. And so choosing to assign a hopeful, positive meaning to anything that I have been through is basically the best way of setting oneself up for taking the next step in life.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. And the thing that I love that you're going out you're just continuing on doing the work, which is really cool, because there's a few others, and we don't need to get into this, where they lose in November and then it's like they're in Cancun or wherever. And you're continuing to do the work.
Absolutely. There's a lot of work to be done. But, that's just sort of a window into how my mind works, which is that when I came in, I said to myself, okay, I've got 4 years to do as much good as I possibly can, or 4 years to fix this city, to repair the damage done by years of failed policies. And if the voters still like my brand after 4 years, great, I'll take another 4. If not, oh well. And so that was my thinking going forward. At least I will know I tried my hardest to use my time wisely and most effectively. And so yes, I'm still at it, and I just also have reorganized the department also on my way out to help out with smooth transition going forward for the department in general. So I'll be done at midnight on December 31st.
Do you think you'll do it? Will you do a countdown to midnight?
Gosh. We'll see what else I'm doing on New Year's Eve.
Well, you just briefly, some of this work that you've done, this new legislation, any thoughts around it when it comes to consultants? And obviously David Croman reported on this here recently with some of the consultants who were involved in campaigns, involved in City Hall. I guess just share briefly why you wanted to put this legislation into place.
Sure. Well, here's the deal. This was a good governance bill. It was designed to reduce the influence of consultants' financial interests on the policy advice that they give elected officials. And it was not necessarily, note to whoever's listening, this is not about Christian Sinderman that was reported on by the Times and by other outlets subsequently. This is simply about ensuring that when a consultant is providing that policy advice, they are providing advice that is not influenced by other work that they might be doing at the same time, such as working on a political campaign, either for a candidate for city office or a ballot measure. We have got to make sure that the lines are very clearly drawn between our actions as an elected official and then what we do as candidates. That's simple. And when I talked to Wayne Barnett, who is the director of the Seattle Ethics and Elections Commission, what could be done to address this situation where there was one consultant that was occupying both roles? He basically shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, you're just going to have to pass an amendment to the ethics code. And so that is what I tried to do. We're talking about maintaining and strengthening public trust in government. They need to know, they meaning our constituents, need to have the confidence that we are making decisions that are based purely on what we think is for the benefit of our constituents, and not maybe what will pass at the ballot box or who which candidate could gain the most from the trading of insider non-public information.
Right.
So my legislation simply sought to address that issue. It would have done 3 things: prevent consultants from engaging in from working as a consultant to the city at the same time that they are working on an electoral campaign. It's not to say you can't do that. The second part of my legislation would have simply established a 1-year cooling off period between being in a political role and then in a policy role and back again. And it would have required consultants to register, political consultants to register with the city, and so that a head of department would know when that work as a political consultant would have ended and when they might be available for another kind of project for the city.
Okay. Let me ask you about Jeanette Markin. Jeanette is a 75-year-old grandmother who was hit by a stick with a nail on it in broad daylight on 3rd Avenue last week. This story is picking up, really across the world.
It is.
And it's just, like my stomach just like goes into knots when I read about this story and when I hear about what happened to her, when I hear the interview with her son. She's now blinded forever in her left eye. And this was done by a person who is well known. The Seattle police has said, we know this guy, he's notorious. He has multiple felonies, multiple misdemeanors. The list is long, and he's been known to just randomly assault people. That's what the Seattle police said. And I concur with Jeanette's son, who said, how could this happen? You know, this should not have happened. Talk a little bit about what do we need to do as a city to say enough's enough? Like, we can't just have violent, multiple felony criminals just walking the street, randomly hurting 75-year-old grandmothers.
It is outrageous. It is, and it is. I agree completely with you and with the son. What happened? How could this have happened? Why are we not enforcing the law, making sure that violent people are prosecuted and then and serve their time if necessary? What went wrong? What is broken? Well, I have a sense of what is broken with our public safety system at the city level. When it comes to the decisions that the courts are making, I have less clarity on what happened. But I completely agree. It's enough to make one question, or to question one's faith in the whole system.
So what do we need to do? I mean, because obviously there's a lot of attention that's nationally getting pointed out to judges who basically can make decisions with zero accountability, right? I mean, they have immunity. And we see this across the country where a lot of these judges are appointed and they have their agendas behind them. And so they're decreeing their decisions based on their ideology, not based on what's actually happening. And so we have people walking the streets who should not be walking the streets. How do we change that? What do we do?
Well, I'll tell you that. I mean, the problem is that it's many layers of government here. You've got the city, and then you've got the county. I have no idea what was going on in the minds of the county prosecutors, and also the felony courts. The problem is that we have to take public safety seriously, and we have to keep chipping away at this permissive environment that reigned when I was elected in 2021. I think that we've come a long way toward valuing public safety and also trying to empower our officers to enforce the law, and showing that we see that their role in our daily lives is absolutely essential. It wasn't like that 4 years ago. However, we've got a lot farther to go. And I wish that I could answer your question more succinctly, because I do not know what went wrong. I'll tell you one thing. I spent 4 years repeating, I share your frustration that we have not made as much progress on fill in the blank, public safety, etc. I was often asked the question, what do you have to say to this business owner who was broken into for the 8th time, the 9th time, the 25th time when it comes to Serafina down the street? And I would always have to own up to the fact that we've got a long way to go, but we have to start with putting in place the essentials. First of all, the officers. And one thing that I will say of my 4 years is that I am proud that we finally reversed the trend of losing more officers than we can hire, with a net gain of about 95 this year. Last year it was 1, so that's a good sign. But
you announced that with me literally a year ago, and you're like, "Hey, we have big news. We hired 1 officer." Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. I also remember that you were my first interview.
Oh.
My first official interview after I was elected.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, indeed. No, but to get back to your question, I share the outrage that you and so many other people are feeling right now when it comes to this particular story. We have to do many things. Make sure that we have the public safety infrastructure in place to make sure that the people that cause harm are dealt with. And we also have to, when we can, if the people out there on the street that are committing crimes need help when it comes to addiction, provide opportunities to get into rehab or whatever. But we do not accept that this is normal. This is absolutely not normal, and shame on us.
Why would the Seattle Times not report on this?
I don't know. Am I allowed to say I don't know on the radio?
Yeah, you can. I mean, give me your best scientific guess.
Perhaps because there's no positive way of spinning it. That's all I'll say. I don't know. I do not know. I did not know that it was not in the Times because I read about it on My Northwest.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like it's getting reported across the country and really across the world, but yet our local, I mean, that's a pretty significant story. And you're talking about a vulnerable person, a 75-year-old grandma standing on the corner. The video, have you seen the video?
No. I've only read the story.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes. Maybe because there's no positive way to spin it. I don't have any answer for why it wasn't in the Times. I'm not going to try to speak for them. What I will say is that it is horrifying, and it is a sign that we really need to figure out what happened, what went wrong in that left this person on the street such a danger to other people.
Yeah. We're talking to Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. This is Tim Gatos.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Woodworker, check. Metal worker or material handler, check. Equipment Sales and Surplus in Auburn offers competitive pricing on leading brands like Jet, Powermatic, Wilton, Bailey, and others. Whether you're a hobbyist or a fabrication shop needing metal forming machines, they have hundreds of machines and accessories. The only dealer offering scratch and dent and discounted items. Check them out in Auburn. EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com. Your go-to for woodworking, metalworking, or material handling. That's EquipmentSalesandSurplus.com.
If you've waited all year to finally buy a real safe, this is your moment. It's Jason Rantz, and you're in luck. Northwest Safe in Enumclaw is clearing out inventory and making deals in their year-end clearance sale. It's live right now, and trust me, they are motivated. Northwest Safe has the biggest showroom in the region, exclusive rebates on Liberty safes with every size, fire rating, configuration you can think of. Whether you're securing firearms, jewelry, cash, documents, whatever it is, this is where you go. NWSafe.com. That's NWSafe.com or Northwest Safe in Enumclaw.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Red are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 East Lake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington, 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Welcome you back to the program. Thanks for being with us. And we're talking to Seattle City Council President Sarah Nelson. As we said, she's going to be counting down to midnight here in 9 days. 5, 4, 3. And Sarah, I'm wondering, just like, this is always a great time of year. I don't know if you have if you have traditions in your life, end of year, New Year's, where you're like, I like to just reflect on the year and just see what, next year brings and New Year's resolutions. And do you do much of that kind of thing?
Kind of halfway.
Halfway.
I was going to say another word, but I try.
Yeah.
But then I always get distracted and onto some other things. Are you asking me if I have any resolutions or what I'm thinking?
Yeah,
in the future?
Well, I'm wondering. I guess the first question is when you I'm sure after the election in November, the first week you probably had particular thoughts, and then the second week you had maybe those thoughts were refined, and then the third week, and so on and so forth. As you look back on it now and you just survey everything and survey what happened, obviously not just particularly in your election, but just like, because obviously you were part of the greater thing that was happening. Right. And then you look on, what's happening in our city and you just reflect on the future. Just what comes to your mind?
Well, I'll tell you one thing is that I am not counting down because I love my job. And I was excited about the possibility of another 4 years because there's still so much to do and because I loved every single day. I'm a policy nerd who watches the Seattle Channel for fun, and it was extremely interesting for me to be in a position of really having a positive impact on people's lives in the decisions that I made, in the legislation that I passed, the conversations that I would have. And I learned so much about the city and about the people living here and about the assumptions that I had coming in. So I am not counting down my time with joy. I am sorry to not have another 4 years, and I'm sad also. However, things change. And I am hoping for the best for the incoming administration. I'll say one thing about Katie Wilson, Mayor-elect Wilson. I know her as Katie because we spent time on the campaign trail, but she seems like she's a very smart person, and also she seems to be a sincere person. And I am only hoping that she's getting good advice from the people around her. We have to hope for the best. And frankly, what I've seen from her, I don't know. I would have to say that she's putting people around her that can give her good advice, and our responsibility is always to get as much feedback from different stakeholders as we possibly can. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for the city. I am hoping for the best, and I'm wishing the incoming administration well. As for...
Have you been encouraged by how she's gone about with her transition and her team members, or what's that been like as you've looked at that?
So far, yes. I don't know all of them. I do know Brian Surratt from, he used to be the director of the Office of Economic Development, most recently from Greater Seattle Partners, etc. I think that's the name of the organization. I'm blanking. But the point is, good honor for putting someone who can be a bridge to the business community.
And John Scholes.
And John Scholes, yes. But Brian, I think, will have an actual position within, I think, deputy mayor, of course. So, but John Scholes, good advice. Yes, one has to be open to all perspectives and to be thinking about the whole city, not just the faction that you might have come from and represent. But when you're mayor, it's up to you to make the whole city work. So that is a good sign. And is Bruce still? I haven't heard much from him. Nor have I. Wait, what's going on there? I don't know. I frankly, I'm not sure. Can you ask me a more direct question? Yeah. Is he still the mayor? Please. Yes, on paper. I'm sure that, like every outgoing elected, there are a lot of loose ends to tie up, and the deeper you go into your inbox, the more you realize what you still have to do. Yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing. When I look back over the past 4 years, I am proud that that I believe I'm leaving the city in a better place than it was. And people can't remember what the city was like 4 years ago. And some people that voted in this last election didn't live here. And so I would say that I was the right candidate for the right time. Got really important things done in the areas of public safety and addiction treatment, also small business support. Small businesses came to my second committee meeting ever, and they talked about the impacts of crime on their customers, their staff, and their own livelihoods. And so the storefront repair fund was something that grew out of that, because if we don't have enough cops to stop all the break-ins, the least we could do was help pay for the cost of repairing a damaged storefront. That was something that came out of that conversation. And so just bringing people to the table that did not have a voice before I came into office. I am proud of that.
Do you think you'll ever be a candidate again?
Wow, that is looking too far afield. But I will say I only love Seattle. I mean, I'm never going to run for state or federal office, because I believe that my passion is here and what's happening in Seattle, and also local government is the. I'll go ahead and say it's the coolest level of government there is, because that's where decisions are made that impact people on a daily basis.
Right. That's right.
That's what's sexy to me.
Yep. And I want to give you some serious kudos, speaking of that point, because, I live up in Lake City, and we've struggled up there significantly. I think a lot of the push from let's make downtown clean has then, like a toothpaste tube, has pushed things up to our neighborhood, and you were very responsive to the Lake City community and the neighborhood, and you came out multiple times, even though sometimes our own city council member who oversees that district, who is non-existent, you showed up time and time again. So you have earned so much respect and credibility among Lake City and Lake City Community Council. So with that being said, I mean, you're not going to be sitting around playing video games.
No. I tried that once. Just kidding. I don't know here's the thing. I show up, and I don't know, because I'm interested and because it's my job to help. That's why I showed up in Lake City, and I cannot see myself not being interested in what is going on all over our city. I don't know what form my continuing interest will take, but I feel a responsibility, and plus it's fun for me. I would like to sound all noble and everything about public service, but in fact, this is what is interesting to me and what fuels my everyday.
I mean, when I look at the landscape and I think of, the future of Seattle, and you think of, with what we just talked about regarding Jeanette Markin and some of the other things, I wish we had more time to talk about for instance, the editorial piece in the Seattle Times last week. Alex Fryers talking about, bikes being stolen, and it was an interesting story. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
And he talked about, and I emailed him. I said, Alex, the deeper story here is why you and the Times aren't looking into why someone has taxpayer housing is basically robbing, the taxpayers. And I guarantee you, if you multiply that across the board, because he talked about how, this person who runs this bike stolen chop shop, right? These are all across the city, and he has taxpayer funded housing, but he gets taxpayer funded housing to be able to support his criminal activities of stealing from us, the taxpayers, and this cycle is happening all over the place. And how much of our taxpayer money, especially in housing, is going to house people who are basically just stealing from us and aren't really, have a correct social contract with the city?
Right. And so let's make sure that the people that are, like you just described, why isn't that person in jail for many, for multiple thefts, because clearly known to law enforcement? But I would take it a step further. Why are we paying for housing that is simply 4 walls and a roof. Where people also, we're paying to house people and have them overdose in that housing as well. And so we really do have to think about how we are spending our resources and whether or not we are actually getting what we think we're paying for when it comes to housing first, for example. I appreciate the principle, but we have to make sure that the services are also provided at the same time. When it comes to that article, yes, it was mind-blowing. How can this be such a well-organized system that an editor of the Seattle Times can find out and write a story about it? And one would think, well, then the cops are going to be right there as soon as they open the paper, right? Go get them.
And I bring that up because when I think of you and I think of, some of the things I would want to help with in this next year is that why isn't there more collaboration and organization around like-minded pragmatists here in Seattle, where a lot of times it looks like there's infighting happening when it comes to the if you want to call it centrists, moderates, pragmatists, whatever. It seems like there should be a lot more collaboration and organization, because that's what the far left has. At least it appears, because they're the ones getting elected right now and take all the oxygen out of the room. And how come there's not more collaboration, organization from the moderate, centrist, pragmatic camp?
Well, if I could answer that question, we'd be in a different place now. What I would say is, I will answer your question with a question. Why is it that a member of the editorial board had to break that news and not one of the reporters, with the Times? Too often, there's a lack of investigative journalism, not just at the Seattle Times, but across the board. I would say that the people that are involved in just really pragmatic policy solutions, they're really trying to take a more moderate stance toward public policy and what's going on now, and when they're looking for solutions, there isn't the political landscape isn't such that there is a natural platform for coordination there. So when you think about the nodes of power in any when it comes to political campaigns, you've got Labor has Martin Luther King Labor Council, extremely powerful. Democratic Party, a little bit. Those people do try to get those endorsements of those legislative districts, and more the local party has been leaning left. So there isn't really a machine or a lot of civic groups that join together like-minded people like me. And I think that is something that we need to build more of. We need more. We need a different voice in the media. We need to combat what you mentioned, maybe the far left or the stranger, only one side of the story. There needs to be different voices that are represented across the board. So I do believe that we've got our work cut out for us here, because we can't just keep on going from one side of the political spectrum to the other. It's destabilizing. Yeah. It might be satisfying for the side where the political pendulum is pointing at the moment. But when it comes to putting in place sustainable public policy and making sure that the needs are met consistently beyond 4 years or 2 years, that's really important.
Do you see this last election as kind of the end of the old guard moderate Seattleite? When you think of the Tim Ceases and the Burgesses, and is that kind of like the end of that era? And now the kind of that moderate centrist, there's got to be kind of a new wave of collaboration there.
It is not the end of pragmatic, moderate public policy and public policy makers. I don't see that. Maybe some figures are nearing the end of their careers, but there are still so many of us that want the same thing that so many other people, everybody thinks that they're right and that they represent the majority of opinions. But when we're talking about clean parks, we're talking about ensuring that our families and our children can use our parks. We're talking about making sure that our roads and bridges are in good condition and that there are enough officers to go after the bad guys. These are the basic services that local government is responsible for delivering. And that should not be politicized, and we need to focus on who are the best people to put in place that can focus on delivering those goods.
Yeah. I mean, I think of, a mutual friend of ours, Chris Novoselic, who started the Cascade Party. And I've got so much appreciation for that guy because he's like, you know what? I'm doing this, right? I'm going to go for it. I'm going to put some energy, some effort into this. The Cascade Party, which is basically what we're talking about, right? In the sense of like a pragmatic, effective, centrist type of, political party in the state of Washington that would focus on common sense solutions. And, who knows what's going to happen with that, right? I mean, that's a huge hill to climb, right? To start a political party, like, my goodness.
Indeed.
So who knows what sort of impact that they have, but I've got a ton of respect for him and for those who are involved in that effort, because I think that's something specifically here in Seattle that is really needed. Maybe not a political party, but to what we were talking about, there needs to be something done to be able to unite common sense people here.
Right. And so first of all, call to any candidate that wants to run for office next year. Is that what you were doing? A little public service announcement? No. Here, what I do is I look at other cities, and I've been really impressed with what's going on in San Francisco because they have been struggling with some of the same issues that we have for a long time. And you look at Prop 36, which got overwhelming support. That was not this year, that was last year, but basically it made felonies certain crimes, that drug dealing and use and public use crimes after the third one, I believe. But anyway, it was really a very moderate public safety initiative, and it went across California and with strong support in the Bay Area and some of the most left-leaning of all counties. I think it won in every single county in California. But you've got the mayor of San Francisco right now. He's saying that San Francisco is a recovery-first city. That's mind-blowing.
Wow.
For San Francisco.
Right.
And so I am looking at other cities of examples of where the down the middle, regular, sort of moderate, or just not necessarily politicized, but get things done approach is really holding sway. And so it doesn't have to be just wild swings from one side of the political spectrum to the other.
So am I hearing there might be some things that's kind of your
I'm
2026?
How did this gajillionaire Lurie get elected? Well, obviously, that's probably a very complicated story, but it does mean that there's some organizing. There are some organizations there. I don't know. There might be some infrastructure down there that is really putting forward less extreme policies on one side or the other. And I think that's a good sign for West Coast cities, because we really do need to make sure that we provide no excuse for any kind of sending in the National Guards because of widespread disorder or something like that.
Right.
The best way, and maybe your listeners might not like this, but I will always say that the best way to
spread Christmas cheer is to
is to be the best city possible. I'll just not follow on that line of thought, but. I believe the best days of Seattle are still ahead of us when it comes to how do people like me, and there are many people who just want to deliver, pragmatic policy solutions for Seattle and cities like us. How are we going to organize ourselves going forward? Because what is best is stability for any city.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, we should get the word out and put it out there like, hey, who wants to be involved in common sense, pragmatic solutions for Seattle? I think
it's fun too.
I tell you, I think you'd get a lot of people who want to help support that in a lot of ways. And there just has to be, a center point for it, right? There's just got to be a center point where someone can go and be like, hey, I can offer this or I can offer that. But there just has to be a center point where people could get involved in that way. I think you're onto something.
Right,
and I think that could be significant.
And in the past, we've said, oh, well, there's the business community on one side and then there's everybody else.
Right.
We're not talking about the business community. We're
Right.
talking about people who have a long-term interest in ensuring Seattle's health and well-being and stability. That's it.
100%.
Right.
I'm in.
All right.
Let's go.
Okay, there's one.
Sarah Nelson, Seattle City Council President, really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Thank you.
Thank you always for your interest.
And I hope you have a great week celebrating the holidays and Christmas with your family. And I hope you get some rest.
That's next year.
Next year's rest.
Right. I'll count down to when I can rest.
Yeah. Well, hey, thank you so much for all that you've done for our city and appreciate you.
I appreciate
All right. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
We want to welcome you to the program. Thank you so much for tuning in. And of course, this is a a very special week as we get closer to Christmas in just a couple days here. And I tell you, there's a very special thing that we love doing here this week of Christmas and really highlighting and showcasing some of the just special things that are happening around the Seattle area. And one of the things that I think you're going to be very interested in hearing about and just even the origins of it, it's only been happening a couple years, but it's the Seattle Christmas Market at the Seattle Center. And probably many of you have either been there or you've heard about it. And so excited today to highlight that. And we have the founder, the CEO of the Seattle Christmas Market with us, Malte Klutz. And thank you so much for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Well, this is year number what for the market?
3.
This is year 3. Mm-hmm. And what you've got to just be overjoyed to be able to have this opportunity and bring what is a European German style market to Seattle. And we don't really have those. We have to go over to Leavenworth to get some of that. And here we have it in Seattle. Can you share with us a little bit of the origins of how you came to start the Seattle Christmas Market here?
Yeah, so Christmas markets actually go back to the Middle Ages. And in Germany, the tradition was revived in the 60s, 70s. And I grew up during those days, and my parents took me to the Christmas market. I grew up with it, meeting friends, and so moved here and realized there's no Christmas market. And that moment it already started to, in my mind that I wanted to bring the market here. Took me a couple years, but then COVID delayed it a little bit. But now it's our year 3, and you really, when you enter the Christmas market, you are transformed into little Europe, into a European village. You enter through what's called a Schwibbogen, which is a traditional entry to the Christmas market. And then very special for us, we created what we call the wishing forest. So you get a little ornament, you can write your wish down, and it's really emotional, really special. All the trees are filled with these wishes. If you take the time to read it, it's wonderful. And when you get through the wishing forest, then you enter into the market itself. Immediately you see the main structure, which is the pyramid. It's a German-style pyramid. That's where we serve the traditional Glühwein, which is the traditional drink for Germans during the Christmas time. And then you see the carousel, which is free to ride as many times as you like, for adults as well.
Oh, wow.
And
that's pretty special because the carousel, they're used to, the tradition in Seattle was the carousel down in Westlake Park.
Yeah.
And that hasn't been there. So you're picking up that tradition. That's pretty special.
Yeah, it is special and obviously a highlight for kids, but also for adults for sure. And the connection to Westlake is that actually we are partnering with the monorail, and it's now the Seattle Christmas Market Express for another 3 days.
Oh, wow. That is pretty neat to be able to have that sort of opportunity to do that. And because, I'm born and raised here, although as we were talking earlier, I'm half German. My wife is 3/4 German. We spent time in Germany and have visited our roots there, and that's a lot of fun. Of course, there's so many Christmas traditions that started in Germany. And, it's interesting because here in Seattle, as I was born and raised here, there were so many wonderful Christmas traditions here in Seattle. Growing up and going to Frederick and Nelson, which was the kind of the department store of the day, even before Nordstrom became kind of the hip department store, Frederick and Nelson's, and there were so many wonderful traditions. And so I love this because you're starting a new tradition for so many families here in Seattle that they didn't have the opportunity to go to Frederick's and get Frango mints, but they can go to the Seattle Christmas Market.
Yeah, absolutely. And what also is an important photo with Santa. And so Santa is on the market every day, not the entire time. So check it out online. And then we have other good stuff for kids, from face painting to scavenger hunts, find our elves. And so, there's a lot of kids stuff, but also for adults, especially when the night falls and all the lights come really in full display. It's a really magical and romantic time to be at the market.
It's really special. And it's on the kind of the main lawn in Seattle Center between Climate Pledge Arena and the Armory.
Absolutely right.
Right in that kind of where some of the big events happen at the Seattle Center, folk life, and I mean it's right in that area.
Exactly. And the nice thing for all our guests is that the Fisher Pavilion, or we call it the Alpenhaus, is part of the footprint. So you can go inside. We have special entertainment there. And Henry is there, who is painting a new center every day. And then you can sit down and relax and have your drink and your food.
And there's workshops. Is that right?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Actually, the workshops are all done now.
Okay.
But
next year?
Next year for sure. Yeah, it goes from Sip and Savor, where you learn about mixing from crochet to food practices. So, there's a lot that we offered this year, and we will continue because it's so well received. And then we have special entertainment like karaoke night and trivia night. So there's always something going on.
Oh, that's cool. Now tell us, for folks who are saying, hey, I want to do something with the family this week, what's how late are you open? What's the last day the folks can go and see this?
Yeah, so you have to hurry up. It's only till the 24th at 6 p.m. The days before, like today and tomorrow, we are open till 10 p.m. at night, opening at 10 in the morning. So you have 12 hours. I strongly recommend that you book now online to reserve your time slot, because afterwards we already on some busy days had to turn some people away. So it's better to book right now if you still want to get the Christmas experience and into the right mood.
And how would you say things are going? Are they improving every year? Do you feel good about where things are going? Do you expect to come back next year and continue this on?
Yeah, I certainly want it to become a tradition. And we have done the market in Vancouver for 15 years now, and there it is a tradition. It's part of the fabric, and I really want that for my hometown now also to have everyone to get that to that point and make it a tradition.
Yeah, we're talking to Malte Klutz, who is the founder, CEO of the Seattle Christmas Market. And what are some of your favorite Christmas holiday traditions? As I noted earlier, Germany has such a amazing history and has there's so many traditions that we've adopted here in the U.S. from Germany. Talk about that for a moment.
Yeah. So for me, really, the main thing is experiencing the Christmas markets. That's why I brought it here. I wanted my kids to have that experience. So just going, enjoying the market, walking over the market with your family. Maybe you come out a second time with your friends. And so that is a tradition that we now can do also here in Seattle. And when I look at home, then it is certainly coming together in Germany. The main evening is Christmas Eve. And so that's when the gifts are exchanged and when the family comes together. And that obviously is the most important part for most people and for our family as well.
That's wonderful. And do you put real lighted candles in your Christmas tree?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
But we did that for the longest time. That's true. And I remember at home when I was young, there was always a bucket of water right next to the Christmas tree.
So my next door neighbors growing up here in Seattle, the Ursula and Dieter and Roland Wittenberg from Wittenberg. And I remember when we went there and they put, real candles in their Christmas tree and, lit them. I was like, whoa, that is so cool. I want to do that.
It is cool. It certainly brings another element to it. It's just a little more romantic, I guess.
Yeah. Malte, thank you so much for taking the time. Is there anything else you'd want to say in terms of the Seattle Christmas market, or how can folks, buy tickets, and what's the best way to make that happen?
Yeah, please go to our website, seattlechristmasmarket.com. You'll find all the information there. Book your tickets early, as I said, because it may sell out. The weather seems to improve over the next 2 days, and everyone who hasn't gone yet probably wants to come. So, yeah, make sure you have your ticket in time.
Yeah, Malte Klutz, thank you so much. Founder and CEO of the Seattle Christmas Market. Appreciate you joining us today, coming in studio, and looking forward to seeing how the tradition continues to unfold for the Seattle Christmas Market.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. When it comes to the technology that the IRS is using, they're updating systems that haven't been updated in decades. And while that might sound great for them, it's usually bad for the taxpayer who owes.
It is, and their systems, unfortunately, they're just legacy systems. If you try to make an inquiry on some things, it's like you got to know how to use programming language to find it. But they are working on updating that system, and I hope that really they do, because they'll serve us better, the taxpayer better, and get things done quicker. The other thing they're doing is AI, just like every organization. So they're already using it to some extent to put in profile of certain things that they want to look for in a taxpayer and find those people and go after them or see what's going on, why they're not getting their money.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, call Greg Nunn, None Better Tax Resolution, 425-947-1967, or Google NUNN, None Better Tax Resolution.
Is your home ready for winter? Lake Atitlan Insulation helps homeowners across Puget Sound stay warm and save big with expert insulation that keeps comfort in and energy bills down. And right now you may qualify for generous energy rebates through Puget Sound Energy, making upgrades more affordable than ever. Local, trusted, efficient. Visit lakeatitlaninsulation.com and schedule your free estimate today. Or call 206-660-4624. Lake Atitlan Insulation, where warmth meets wisdom.
Think getting older means falling apart? Well, think again. Discover your real options with Leading Edge Medicine every Saturday morning from 8 to 10. Join Dr. Jerry Mixon and my doctor, Dr. Samira Umat, live on Seattle Red as they answer your health questions and share cutting-edge strategies to help you take control of your aging journey. Don't settle for just getting older. Choose how you age with Leading Edge Medicine. Tune into Seattle Red on 770, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10.
It's here, the Light the World giving machines at the Alderwood and South Hill malls. With a swipe of your credit card, donate a chicken, school supplies, meals, and more. Go to givingmachinewah.org.
Hurry, time's running out. Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in-store.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastway, 33 BU Seattle.
He wants to build battleships. I'm Tom Riccati, Fox News. President Trump is announcing the construction of what he's calling the Golden Fleet, a series of new warships officially named Trump-class.
We're desperately in need of ships. Our ships some of them have gotten old and tired and obsolete, and we're going to go the exact opposite direction.
It comes as the administration continues to target Venezuelan drug trafficking vessels in the Caribbean and the American seizure of nearly 2 million barrels of oil from a Venezuelan tanker. President Trump with a warning for Venezuelan socialist president Nicolas Maduro. Trump says Maduro should take his threats of invasion seriously.
We have a massive armada formed, the biggest we've ever had, and by far the biggest we've ever had in South America. He could do whatever he wants. It's all right. Whatever he wants to do. If he wants to do something, if he plays tough, it'll be the last time he's ever able to play tough.
The president speaking to reporters at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach alongside members of his war room cabinet. A federal judge rules Kilmar Abrego Garcia should remain free for now, while she considers the Trump administration's arguments for detaining the El Salvadorian national who had been living in Maryland.
The district judge gave the government until the 26th of December, that is to say Friday, to actually answer the question. What is your plan for Mr. Abrego Garcia? Are you planning to rearrest him? If so, why?
His lawyer, Simon Sandoval Moshenberg, the illegal immigrant was mistakenly deported to his home country earlier this year. Abrego Garcia's case has become a lightning rod for debate over the administration's deportation effort. A small Mexican Navy plane transporting a 1-year-old medical patient along with 7 others crashes today near Galveston, Texas, killing at least 2 people. Emergency officials rescued 4 people. America's listening to Fox News.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Jason Rantz here with Phil Mitchell from the Sunset Auto family. Phil, the average interest rate for a used vehicle right now is about 11.85 APR.
Well, it's a fact of life. That's what rates are. But you know what? We've got that totally whooped at Sunset. We're going to beat that rate by over half. In fact, we've got rates under 5%.
And this is good on every qualifying vehicle 2015 and newer?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
We've got some special alliances with some of lending institutions out there, and they've cut us a special deal to take care of our customers.
So that's going to translate to some serious savings every single month.
Oh, it can be a couple $100 a month or more on some cars, so yes.
But is there fine print? Is this going to turn out to just be a short-term rate?
We've got it up to 72 months, which is a really good contract rate.
I don't think I've heard of a better contract rate.
I don't know if there is right now in the market.
So it really makes sense to lock yourself into these low rates right now.
Going to save you a lot of money.
Head into any Sunset Auto family dealership for rates less than half of what you'll find anywhere else and no payments for 90 days. Plus, they'll throw in and warranty protection for life on every qualifying vehicle. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that. All financing rates and terms are subject to credit approval on qualifying vehicles only.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
A couple of different ways that you can develop a retirement income stream that is infallible, just simply not subject to